Try to win you with my heart, try to win you with my charms. How'd I let you slip through my big old loving arms? You're in and out of town, but you're more than just a friend. Soon as you settle down, you're traveling again. Every time you break it loose, every time you run away, I think of you at night time, each and every day. I just have to tell you something, that I want you to stay. Now that I found you, I won't let you go. 'Cause you're the only one I want to know. The only one that's in my dreams, the one I'm thinking of. Feels like I finally found love. And when you lay beside me, the feelings are so strong. You know it always breaks me when you're gone before the dawn. Won't you just stay with me? It'll all work out fine. Gonna love you forever, until the end of time. Every time you break it loose, every time you run away, think of you at night time, each and every day. I just have to tell you something, that I want you to stay. Now that I found you, I won't let you go. 'Cause you're the only one I want to know. The only one that's in my dreams, the one I'm thinking of. Feels like I finally found love. Oh, yeah. Every time you lose, every time you run away, think of you at night time, each and every day. I just have to tell you something, that I want you to say. Now that I found you, I won't let you go. You're the only one I want to know. The only one that's in my dreams, the one I'm thinking of. Feels like I finally found love. Feels like I finally found love.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. Hopefully you guys can all hear me. That was Costa TSL with his latest original, Now That I Found You. Make sure you go and sub him up, show some support. I am here tonight with Bran and Piano Man Mark II, aka David. Thanks for joining me, both of you. I hope that you guys are all having a good start to your week. And thanks for everybody who's hanging out over on Rumble and here on YouTube. And thanks to those of you who have already shared this out. If you haven't, if you would go ahead and make it a post, that would be great. Hopefully we'll get some new people in here. And, I'm shadow banned. I don't always get my notifications sent out and everything. So it's really helpful to me if you do that. We are sticking with the new format where we're doing music the first half every week and then conversation the second half. So we'll be shifting gears into conversation around 11 p.m. Eastern. And tonight we are actually going to be starting off conversation with an interview. So I'm looking forward to that. We'll be interviewing Unspecified Podcast Interview, Landon and Tiff. Many of you already know them. And I'm looking forward to talking with them about their coverage of all the protests and everything, and just a little bit more about them for you guys to get to know. All right. We're going to go ahead and do one more video, and then we'll get to you, David, right after that. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for any musicians who want to come up to sing or perform live or have your videos shared. You can go ahead and join me up there with the pinned link. And then if you have a song that you want to submit to me for maybe tonight, but most likely for a future stream, my email is in the stream description. And if one of my links would drop it in the chat, one of my mods would drop the link in the chat on here or on Rumble, that would be great. Okay, this next song is an artist I think I've only shared here once before. Her name is Murphy Campbell, and this is her song, I Can't Feel at Home in This World Anymore. Here we go.
Well, this world is not my home, I'm just passing through. My treasure's way up, oh, far beyond the blue. Angels beckon me through heaven's open door. I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Well, oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me through heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Well, I have a loving mother just over glory land. I don't expect to stop until I shake her hand. She's waiting on me at heaven's open door. I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Well, home and glory land will live eternally. The saints hand in hand are shouting victory. Angels beckon me to heaven's open door. I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Well, oh Lord, you know I have no friend like you. If heaven's not my home, oh Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me to heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore.
All right, what a beautiful song there by Murphy Campbell. Make sure you go sub her up and check out her other music as well, some covers and a lot of originals as well. I think she likes to really focus on kind of traditional and folk music. So if you're into that, then please go and sub. All right. Thanks again to everybody coming in on Rumble and on YouTube. I appreciate you guys all being there. Thanks, Snooks and Anti, for dropping my email. If you have a song that you want me to consider for another stream or a video for the conversation side of things, anytime throughout the week, you can go ahead and email me there, and I will consider it for playing in a future stream. All right. Okay. Good to see everybody. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you all. All right, David, you want to go ahead and kick off the live music?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Linda Jean? I love it too. The banjo, so great. Linda, I have a song of yours coming up in a little bit. All right, David, let me get to where we can see your setup here.
Hi, everybody.
There we go.
All
right, thanks for joining us, David.
Thank you. Glad to be here, as always. Sorry I couldn't make it last week. I know that was your birthday.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for being here.
So bad news for everybody. My voice is trashed for some reason today. It'll get better tomorrow. So tonight I'm just going to stick...
karaoke?
I know it is something else, but...
Good to see you, Jerry.
Yeah, so today I'm going to have to stick to mainly instrumentals, so...
All right.
That's what I'll be doing.
Well, it's not too shabby either, David, so glad that you came up. Good to see you, Terry.
Thank you. This song is by a guy named David Tolk, and the song is called A Beautiful Life. And I love it. So here we go.
All right. Absolutely stunning, David. That was really beautiful. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Rayanne and Daniel. Welcome in. Cheryl, much love to you. Rayanne, glad you're here. All right. John, good to see you. Okay, good to see everybody coming in. Thank you so much for being here. You were getting lots of love from Rumble as well. They're all liking that. Buzz says nice and flowing, and Buzz, it's good to see you. Yeah, really relaxing too. Also, Carl was saying that he was still thinking about a lot of the music from last week and really had been enjoying that. Lowry, thank you for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, had a busy weekend and getting a good kickstart to the week. Busy as always, homeschooling and, just at home with family stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, but good. So you guys are back from vacation, settling back into routines, Lowry and Nico?
Yeah, kind of. I'm going back and forth between Durham and here and just kind of doing some stuff over there. And but we set aside our Sundays, Saturday nights, Sunday nights, and Monday nights for all things internet. So
nice.
It's working out. It's nice.
Yeah, that sounds good. Finding a good balance.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Indeed.
Thank you again to all of my mods, Anti, Tate, Snooks, Algo, JM, everybody who's here slinging links and making sure people are staying connected. They are really good about catching people who have content and sharing your links out. But if for some reason they miss you, please just ask a mod and they will post your link in the chat. Yeah, agreed, Rayanne. That was awesome. Great way to start off the live music tonight, David. Thank you. Ray, it's good to see you. All right, Spike, much love. Halsey, good to see you. The link is pinned at the top of the chat again for any musicians who want to come up to perform live or to have your music shared. Hey, Dwight, Michigan, much love to you, brother. Hope you're defrosting from all of the plowing of snow you're doing over there. Warming up sometime, getting some whiskey or coffee or something. All right, Lowry, you want to go ahead and go next?
Sure. All right. I got on a kick this afternoon, so there'll be a theme tonight.
Oh, I love it. I love your themes you bring with you.
Yeah, this.
That's great.
I was mostly just every now and then I'll just turn something on YouTube and just kind of let it go. And I got into the Magnolia soundtrack, so you guys are gonna know this stuff, I think.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Excuse me. All right. Now that I've met you, would you object to never seeing each other again? 'Cause I can't afford to climb aboard you. No one's got that much ego to spare. So don't worry your stuff, because I've got troubles enough. No, don't pick on me when one act of kindness could be death. Problem for you to solve and watch dissolve in the heat of your charm. But what will you do when you're running through and you can't get me back on the farm? So don't worry your stuff, because I've got slow clap from Nicole.
Over here too. Hey, Nico. Good to hear from you. Thank you, Lowry. That was beautiful.
That was Amy.
Really
Man.
well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was really great.
Thank
All
you.
right. Good to see everybody else coming in. Sharon, much love to you. Glad you're here. We need peace. Good to see you. All right.
I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to check some levels.
Okay, great. Yeah, you sounded great on this end,
Thank you.
I thought. All right. Tate, thanks for jumping back and forth between Rumble and YouTube. Right. Tiff, most relatable song ever. That was great. All right. Golden, glad that you're here. Okay. Nice. Yeah, he does. He looks, I think he's gotten tanner from his vacation. That might be part of it. Lowry, if you're listening, JM says, is it just me or does Lowry look like he's getting younger? Maybe. All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up the next song. This next one is by an artist I've shared here often. This is Jeff Bird. He's an amazing musician and a really nice guy. He has done some pop-up live streams as well as having his music, a lot of great original songs over on his channel. All right, this is one of his latest he sent to me to share, and this is Side Quest. Here we go.
What you gonna do about it? You just don't sit there while the world burns. Hear the rolling thunder, the howl of the wind. There's a cave down under, drawing you in. Side quest, take a side step. I'm an escapist, and I'm searching for an entrance. Side quest, take a side step. I'm an escapist, and I'm searching for an entrance. Your imaginary home, mystical secrets. Watch your film noir. The mysteries run deeper. Will you explore? It's grainy and vibrant on the cutting room floor. Side quest, take a side step. I'm an escapist, and I'm searching for an entrance. Side quest, take a side step. I'm an escapist, and I'm searching for an entrance. Pure escape is on. We need pure escape is cloak and dagger. You're on your own. You got a skeleton crew now, but you're bad to the bone. Side quest, take a side step. I'm an escapist, and I'm searching for an entrance. Side quest, take a side step. I'm an escapist, and I'm searching for an entrance.
All right, love that from Jeff Bird. Go and check out his music. Black Springs with Autumn, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Black Springs with Autumn does an amazing live stream. Great insight on what's going on in the world these days. Glad that you're here with us. And Rock, I saw you come in, Rock Steady. Much love to you. Yeah, cool video and rocking song. Agreed, Linda Jean. Yeah, really well done by Jeff. Okay. Thank you to all my mods again. Rank, good to see you. Camouflage, welcome in. Glad to see you here. Much love to you. All right. Okay, good to see some people here for the first time. A lot of you I've seen over at Unspecified Podcast and Review, and if you missed it, I have an interview with them, with Landon and Tiff, coming up at the beginning of conversation tonight around 11 p.m. Eastern. All right, let's see. All right, just catching up here in the chat. Yeah, very cool song. I agree, Yelgo. All right, Daniel, I don't know if I said hi to you yet. Much love. Wild Dragon, much love to you. Good to see you here. Hit it while it's hot. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up one more song, and then we'll get back to the live music with you, David. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, again, for anybody who wants to come up, aka Tony, and anybody else I saw in the chat who's a musician who would like to have your music shared. You are more than welcome. The link is pinned. Don't wait for a personal invitation. Everybody is welcome. As long as I know you or somebody that does know you can vouch for you, you are welcome to join the panel. All right. This next song is one of the latest from Linda Jean, and this is her cover of I Put a Spell on You. Here we go.
Someone set the tone for this one. I put a spell on you. 'Cause you're mine. You better stop the things you do. Oh, I'm lying. Oh. And no, I can't stand it. You're running around. And no, better, Daddy. I can't stand it. 'Cause you're putting me down, yeah. I put a spell on you. Oh, because you're mine. You're mine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right now, oh, you hear me? I put a spell on you, because you're mine. Oh, you're mine.
All right, that was awesome. I love that song, and you did a great job with that, Linda Jean. You have that sultry southern accent and everything in there. It's just smoky. I love it. Well done. Prepper 101, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Very well done. Yes. Yeah. Wild Dragon does do live streams. He shares great music, especially featuring Kid Kane. If you aren't subbed to 420 Wild Dragon or Boris the Animal, his backup channel, make sure you're subbed up. And Anti, if you wouldn't mind, I know you have his Boris, I'm pretty sure you have his Boris the Animal link. If you wouldn't mind sharing that in the chat too, that would be great. And thanks for saying so, Linda Jean. I try to catch him when I can. All right, yeah, of course, Linda Jean. Thanks for putting your great music out there and allowing us to share it here. Okay, yeah, lots going on in the world, that's for sure. We'll be diving into all that the second half tonight. Snooks, thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Mr. Super, good to see you, and I agree, sultry. Glad.
I'm always doing great.
Yeah, glad to hear that.
Thank you.
All right,
how are you doing?
Singing tonight? I'm doing good.
Yes, I'm going to sing.
All right. Well, David, you are up next, and then we'll go to you, Snooks, right after that.
Okay. Hi, David.
And you can share your screen anytime, Snooks.
Hi, Snooks.
Hey, Camellia. Good to see you. Thanks for being here and helping out.
Up.
All right.
Okay. This is a song by Paul Van Dyke. He is like one of the biggest producers, DJs, whatever, in electronic music. This song is called While You Were Gone.
Amazing. That is so great. Just transports you to another
Wow.
place. Thank you for that, David. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, so relaxing, right, Golden? Good to see you, Rip. Tony, thank you so much for coming up and joining us. How are you tonight?
Hi. Oh man, that was some
Right, girl.
beautiful piano playing. That was
Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you.
My
always from David.
God.
He's so talented. Mad chill vibe, Rank says. Agreed, Rank.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was amazing. That the sound was just incredible.
right.
Yeah.
We Need Peace
If
says,
I
could
could,
listen to this for a while.
I'm sorry.
Right.
If I could hear butterflies, that's what they'd sound like.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
Somebody
why I
said
hear
it sounded like
butterflies when you play. Huh?
somebody said it sounded like a movie. I saw somebody said it sounded like a movie. That's what I always think of whenever I hear it, or a commercial, like some like infomercial or something like not an infomercial,
Nah,
but
it's
like
better
some
than
like
better than an infomercial.
not infomercial, but like definitely a movie. But yeah,
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
movie.
or a video game soundtrack. Yeah.
or that. Yeah.
I hear hearts and butterflies fluttering in the wind.
I love it. Growl, good to see you. Thank you. We Need Peace. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's here on Rumble and on YouTube. And thank you so much to Tate and to Wild West for the Rumble rants. I appreciate your support. And most of all, thank you for being here. All right, Snooks, you are up next. And then we'll go to you, Tony, right after that.
All right.
The link is pinned for anybody else who wants to come up and join us.
I don't know if I have the song. I don't have the song up. Okay, I gotta put the song up. Sorry. I've got
It's
it.
okay.
Okay.
All right. Let me grab your link here, Snooks, while you're pulling up a
Is it
song.
up?
Not quite yet. All right, there we
Is it
go.
up?
Yep, now you're all set.
Okay, I pulled it up. Okay, this is Red Red Wine by UB40. I sang it on Creeks last week and I hope to do better tonight with it. Okay, I'm ready. Red, red wine goes to my head, makes me forget that I still need him so. Red, red wine, it's up to you. All I can do, I've done. Memories won't go. Memories won't go. I had sworn that with time, thoughts of you leave my head. I was wrong. Now I find just one thing makes me forget. Red, red wine, stay close to me. Don't let me be alone. It's tearing apart my blue heart. Red, red wine make me feel so fine. I had sworn that with time, thoughts of you leave my head. I was wrong. Now I find just one thing makes me forget. Red, red wine, stay close to me. Don't let me be alone. It's tearing apart my blue, blue heart. Red, red wine, stay close to me. Don't let me be alone. It's tearing apart my blue, blue heart.
Well done, Snooks. That was great.
Yeah, Snooks.
Thanks.
Great song. That's a fun one too.
It's
Right,
a
Yeah,
great
it's a
Leontine?
fun song to sing. Thank y'all. I appreciate
Agreed,
that.
Tiff. All
I'll stay
right,
up for a
great
little
job.
bit.
Okay, yeah, I hope you'll do another one. I actually,
Thank you.
when it's my turn, I'm going to sing a song that you sang, I think a couple weeks ago.
Which one you
So,
gonna sing? Because that'll determine the next song I sing.
Landslide.
Well, I would you be okay if I sang Gold Dust Woman?
Oh, sing, yeah, sing whatever you want.
Well,
You're
maybe I'll think
good.
of something else, though. You never know. You're gonna do
All
great.
right. Oh, we'll see. All right, Tony, you are up next, and thanks again for being here, Tony.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Johnny, it's good to see you, by the way, and Pat, thanks for being here. Much love to you both. Let me
Uh,
change this so we can see you, Tony. There
are
we
my levels
go.
okay?
Hold on one second. I'm going to change your sound settings, and then I'll
Okay.
stop talking. So if you want to say anything about the song, go ahead.
I'm just going to do a Joe Bonamassa song, I think, for now.
Sounds great.
Hold on.
If you're poorly, I've been dealing with stress. Why don't we go out tonight? Put on that dress, that's right. Into the night, into the light, that's right. Put on an old blues song. Let all your troubles be gone. That's right. That's right. Feel like I'm a prisoner, my own design. I'm such a bad listener, but I hear tonight. That's right. Into the light, into the light. That's right. Put on an old blues song. Let all your troubles be gone. That's right. That's right. Santa Fe, bound for San Antonio. Though it's dark out here, I don't feel alone. Let's ride into the night, into the light. Let's ride. Put on an old blue song. Let all your troubles be gone. Let's ride. Put on an old blue song. Let all your troubles be gone. Let's ride.
Really beautiful, Tony. That was great.
Thank you.
Much love to you, Jerry, and good to see you, Brenda. Hold on one second. Let me turn on your echo. There we go. All right. Oh, that sounded amazing. I love how you're like
clean.
Yeah, right, David? He's amazing. Tony is incredible. But Tony, I love how you're like, well, I guess I'll just play some Joe Bonamassa. It's like, no big deal. He's like one of the
It's
greatest.
just the first one that came up. So,
Yeah, you're amazing, Tony.
How'd
Thank
you
you
go
so
with
much
it?
for being here. It's always a
thanks
treat
for,
when you come and
thanks
join
for
us.
inviting me. Yes.
Yeah. All
It's
right.
been a while. It's been a little while. I hope you had a great Christmas and a happy New Year and a great
Yes.
birthday. I didn't get to
Thank
stay for your
you.
birthday show, but
No, that's okay. I did. I had a great Christmas and New Year
popped
and
in just
birthday
to
off.
wish you a happy birthday anyway, and a great congratulations on your 3 years.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks for being a part of it. It's been so great to get to know you and get to know all these wonderful people.
Wait, you
And
were only 3 years old?
nope, just 3 years of stream. Well, actually, it's kind of 3 years plus, but 3 years of streaming weekly. And
I thought he was talking about me. I was going to say I'm big for my age.
right. And a
Yeah,
fast learner, apparently, too.
it feels longer that you've been on.
Well, I've been
In a good
around on
way.
YouTube for much
Yeah.
longer, but
Yeah,
and,
that's
and
true.
involved with other channels. But streaming myself, it's been 3 years. I had kind
Yeah.
of streamed a little bit and done some videos, but always had some technical issues along the way, and I was just learning, And then I took like a
Technical
year off,
issues,
and
I
then
don't know anything about that.
right, yeah. No, your last stream sounded great though, David. I think you figured it out. It was great. And that, everybody's first stream is kind of like a trial stream, whether they want it to be or not, because you find all the
Well-
glitches and the weird things that happen when you go from one platform and one, streaming platform to another and then to YouTube.
Well, I've done streaming before because I have other channels, but like I hadn't done it in a while, and then it was just like, I don't know, everything just changed. So, but yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and then as soon as you figure it all out, whatever platform you use, StreamYards or EVMux or Restream, whatever, it's like they'll change things up on you just to keep you on your toes. It just kind of happens that way. Okay, well, I am going to go ahead and give a song a try. And this, like I said, is a song, I'm doing the Dixie Chicks version of Landslide. So hold on one second and we'll get right into that. Okay. Oh, hang on. There we go. took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills. Well, the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, children get older, I'm getting older too. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, children get older, and I'm getting older too. Well, I'm getting older too. So take this love and take it down. And if you climb a mountain and you turn around, and if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, the landslide brought me down. And if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, maybe, well, maybe, well, maybe the landslide will bring you down.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
Sounded great.
Thank you, Tony. Nice. And thanks, everybody. I appreciate that. Lowry, welcome back up. Thanks for coming back up to join us.
You got it.
All right.
Hey, Lowry, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay.
Tony?
Good to see
Craig,
you.
much love to you. Thanks for being here. Thanks everybody for all your encouragement and support, as always. All right, this next song we're going to go ahead and play, and then we'll get right back into the rotation here, is Zio Fender and Soundtrack. And this is his improvisation of This Is a Man's World. Great song. And here we go. All right, Always Amazing by Zio Fender and Soundtrack. Go
Zio
set him
is a
up and
man.
yeah, he's incredible, right?
Yeah.
Yep, so many talented musicians out here. All right. Take
Very
care. We need
sick.
peace. Yeah. Black Sheep, it's good to see you. And Lily, good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right. Yeah, I thought that was awesome. Glad to share it with all of you. Right, Snacks? Okay. I did see the request. I will take a look. I know Silver Springs kind of. I'll probably sing that in a future stream. Thank you for the suggestion. All right. Oh,
I
thank
thought I had
you.
heard you sing that once, and you did beautifully on it. Maybe not.
I did a Rhiannon,
Oh,
but I
yeah, you did
haven't done
beautiful on
Silver
that one.
Spring. Yeah, thank you.
I can't sing that one,
Yeah.
but yeah, I
Yes,
remember that.
I do like their songs, that's for sure. And Stevie Nicks is amazing. And kind of in that low range where you and I can sing Snooks.
Well, I didn't think I could sing Stevie Nicks, and there's still some of her songs that I think you're able to sing, but I'm not able to sing.
Oh,
And
that's,
Rhiannon is one of them.
yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it's great. There's so much great music out there.
Yeah, there is.
All right. Thank you, Anti, for dropping the link. That is to the Backstage Speakeasy coming up on Friday. And we will be watching two kind of similar movies, both having to do with sort of the butterfly effect, if you know what that is. But they're both great movies. We're watching Sliding Doors and Run Lola Run. So check that out on Fridays. How that works, I don't usually talk about that during music, so let me just take a second to explain that. The link is pinned in chat, and I changed the times, but the pinned comment with the link, it will say that you can come backstage from 11 p.m. Eastern. Anytime after that, we'll be back there. We usually, I open the backstage at 11 p.m. Eastern, and then we start around midnight Eastern. We start the first movie, and then I kind of update in the YouTube chat from there when the movies start and what we're up to back there. But we don't ever go live, so the time will keep changing on the YouTube live, and I do that to make sure people get notifications and they know we're still going, and it keeps the YouTube chat open still. But hey, Watt, good to see you. But we don't actually go live. It's all backstage. It's first come, first serve. So if the link is pinned, then there's room to join backstage. And we do it backstage because we can play things back there that are copyright that we can't play on YouTube. And then also we can talk and speak easy. We can speak more freely without being censored about topics that we want to talk about. And it's just a little bit less and maybe daunting for some people that don't want to come up on panel on a live. So you can come back there and just hang out. You can stay in the chat, you can stay muted, you can show your face if you want to, you can talk if you want to. It's totally up to you. So there's a chat backstage, a private chat that people can stay in and hang out there, and it's just very low key and a lot of great people. It's a great way to get to know people better, and you'll see some people back there that you probably won't see on live stream panels. So it's a great place to be. All right. Hopefully that was clear as mud. All right. We're going to keep the music going. David, you are up next. And the link is pinned for anybody who wants to come and join us to either perform live or have your music shared tonight.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is an original, and it is called Guardians of My Heart. And for those of you that have families and you love your families, this is about that.
All right. So beautiful. Really, really gorgeous music. Thank you for that, David.
I heard the butterflies again. I heard stars twinkling at night and the butterflies. So it's very unusual.
Oddly enough, I heard a fireplace, but okay.
You heard a
There you
fireplace?
go.
Yeah.
I like that. That's
A
very fitting
fireplace.
for here. Carl, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Rank, I saw you come in earlier. Much love to you. Jerry and Donna, thank you for being here, Tea at Nana's. All right, the link is pinned for anybody else who'd like to come up and join us. And we're going to keep the great music going. So let's see. We have Snooks. You are up next if you want to grab your song to share. Oh, you're on it. I love it. All right, and you're all set. Snooks. Let's see. Snooks, I'm going to go ahead and, pull that down. Snooks, we are not hearing you. I'm not sure why. It looks like you are muted and I did not do it. So it's muted on your end, Snooks.
I did mute it. I was muted.
Yeah, we heard your
muted me.
music.
Yeah.
We just didn't hear
At
your
first I
voice.
was like, this is a really long intro. And then I thought I heard you
my
for a second.
God,
And I was
no,
like,
I was
maybe it's
doing
just
so
on my
good.
end.
Can I do it
Yeah,
again?
go ahead and
Have a
do.
do-over?
Of course.
Oh,
Have a
thank
do-over.
you. That
Just
was so
rewind it back to the
embarrassing.
beginning. Rewind. There, that gives my age right
Okay.
there, right?
I don't
Take
know.
it
I
back
was
to the
really
beginning.
into it too. Okay, I'm unmuted now, right?
Yep. All right, now
Okay,
you're
I'm
ready.
not-
You got
I'm
this.
not
Go
timed
for it.
out. Okay.
Show us what we missed.
Yeah, I'll try. This is so funny. Okay. Yahoo! I gotta have a shot. 'Cause what you got is oh so sweet. You gotta make it hot. Like a boomerang, I need a repeat. Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. Give me all your loving. Don't let up until we're through. You gotta whip it up and hit me like a ton of lead. If I blow my top, will you let it go to your head? Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. Give me all your loving, don't let up until we're through. You gotta move it up and use it like a screwball would. You gotta pack it up and work it like a new boy should. Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. Give me all your loving, don't let up until we're through. Woohoo!
All right, well done, Snooks. That was great. Worth the redo.
I was still laughing.
No, you
It's a
did great.
Snooks
That was
thing, Indy, you
awesome.
know that.
Yeah, that happened the opposite when Landon was up here one time. He sang, and if I remember correctly, the music didn't come through, but he was singing, so he had a cappella. That's happened a couple times.
Oh my
No,
God.
you
Well, it
handled
has
it
such
great.
a long outro too. Hi there, Peanut. I love you. Okay.
Good to see
I'm
you,
gonna,
D-Dog. And
yeah, I
Marshall,
wanted,
good to see you.
I'm sorry. I'm going to save Gold Dust Woman and then that'll be my last song and then I'll jump off.
Okay. All right. Right, Johnny. All right, that was awesome. Okay. Let's keep going here. We have Tony up next. Let me go ahead and get this set right, Tony. Okay. And hold on one second, Tony, you are muted on the StreamYard side. There we go. I think you're muted on your side now.
Oh,
There
might
we
want
go.
to turn the mic on.
All right, we are all set.
All right. Let's do an original.
All right.
waiting. He's hiding in the night. He watches when you're sleeping. This time is just not right. Keep your fire alive. It's a steady wind that's blowing across the sea tonight. Looking for a lighthouse. Not a single soul in sight. Keep your fire alight. Everybody needs a harbor when they're far away from home. Something to hold on to when you're feeling all alone. Keep your fire alight. Keep it burning bright.
Amazing. And one of my favorites of yours, Tony. Thank you. I'm glad you chose that to play tonight.
Thank you.
It's just fitting here with the fire, you know? Keep your fire bright. That's right.
That was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right.
Thank you so much.
Joe, welcome back up. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Tony. That was amazing.
That was great.
Hello, Joe.
Yeah,
Good to see you, Ken. All right, Joe, you hearing okay now?
Yeah, I am now. I was using the wrong browser.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that happens too. All these, we were just saying earlier, there's all these little things, all these nuances we have to figure out every time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I too loud?
Carl says, no, you're actually a little on the quiet side, I think.
I put it
Carl
at
says, like
200.
Ray Orbison meets Pink Floyd. Yeah. He set the whole scene earlier, too. He had some
really?
great comments there, Carl. He was talking about bean bags and lava lamps or something. Right? Yeah, agreed. Okay. Yeah. All right, we're going to go to Lowry next, and then we'll go to you, Joe. And we'll be back at the beginning of a rotation after that.
Okay.
Get you to the right spot here, Lowry.
So I'm on this Amy Mann kick, and Nicole's like, it's like, you should dedicate this song to all the MAGA people, because it's called Build That Wall.
There you go.
And I don't know what to make of that.
I did not say that.
It was your joke.
Yeah, it was. I'm funny. I'm really funny sometimes.
It has nothing to do with building a wall. I mean, as far as I know, I don't know. But Amy Mann's a little bit tricky. Like I would spend a little time with her this afternoon, and it's like she's kind of funky.
What?
I said Amy Mann's a little tricky. They said, "Hey, Uma."
Hi. You spent time with Amy Mann.
That's when I was singing her songs this afternoon. That's why I was like, no, I snuck out to the back house, and Amy's hanging out there, and that's
Love
what
it,
we
Pat.
did.
That's who you were talking to earlier?
Yeah, I was talking to Amy Mann. She came all the way from LA to hang out in our back
And
beach
she
house.
taught you a song?
Yeah, she did.
What song? I want to hear it.
It's called Build That Wall for all the MAGA people. It's really nothing to do with that. All right. Nothing.
All right, take it away, Lowry. Here we go.
All right. She's been a long time on the phone, caught in disaster in an undertone. She's feeling nostalgia and feeling that far. How could everyone ever fight it? Who could ever expect to fight it when she builds that wall? Maybe it's one where time will tell. Maybe it's one where it's just fairly well. I hear her coming as she walks down the hall. How could anyone ever fight it? Who could ever expect to fight it when she builds that wall? I know the choice is made, I can tell, I said, by your guilty face. And I never was wrong to fight it. La 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 la. How does anyone ever fight it? You couldn't pin this one on me. You knew my thoughts so far as I could see. Well, I'd say that it's hopeless, but you make the call, 'cause I never was wrong to fight it. And if given the chance, I guess I'd learn to build that wall. Cause I never was wrong to fight it. Ooh. And if given the chance, I guess I learned
to build that wall. La 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 la. Amen.
That was great, Lowry. Good song.
Great job.
Thanks. Yeah, she's a great writer. That was from the Magnolia soundtrack, which kind of got lost in the mix over the years. But like, pretty much every single song on that record is like just a smash, cool like pop hit, and they even made a movie about it. So there you go.
Yeah.
There's my rabbit hole for today.
Yeah, it's funny, we've been talking about that. It's come up, that movie's come up a few times recently, and we've added it to the list for the Backstage Speakeasy. It's funny because I always say we because it's my channel, but I always say we because there's so many people that regularly come, and it's all of us. So I'm not talking about myself in the plural, just to clarify.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I get in the same
you,
thing.
Sid.
It's like when I say we, it's like a bunch of us, group of us talking together.
We
and
are
it's like-
not amused.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
you and the mouse in your pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was great, Lowry, and I like your theme you brought today. Ray,
Thank you.
thanks for coming up and joining us tonight. How are you doing? You are muted on the StreamYard side.
I am not.
Roger, good to see you.
I'm doing all right.
All right, glad to hear it. Okay, we're going to keep the great music going. I think we are to Joe. You are next, yes?
Yes.
And just so you know, so you don't sing it, I have the duet with you and Jim. We'll be playing in a
Okay.
little bit. I love that. I thought everybody would enjoy seeing that one.
Thanks.
And hearing it too, for that matter.
Appreciate it. He doesn't have much self-confidence when it comes to singing, so it's
Oh, I
always
thought
good
it
when
was
I
great.
can get him to do it.
Yeah, and Wingnut, I don't know if I said hi to you yet, but I saw you come in earlier. Much love to you. And I agree, JM. Great performance, Lowry.
Thank you, and I'll be right
Joe.
back. I'm just going to jump off for a second. I'll be right back in.
Yep.
Let me know if you can hear the music or not, because I don't know if this works on StreamYard.
Sure. You want to just do a test run of the music real quick?
Yeah. Let me test it real quick. Okay. Did you hear it?
Stop it, girl. Yeah, we can hear it.
I'm afraid it might be too loud too.
All right, now it sounded good.
Okay, so here we go. I'm ready. I know you're gone. I watched you leave. I always thought that it was me. You made it clear with that last kiss. You couldn't live a life with maybes and what ifs. When every boat has sailed away, and every path is marked and paved. When every road has had its say, then I'll be bringing you back home to stay. I have the cards you sent to me. You wrote of trains and Paris galleries. This spring you'll draw canals and frescoed walls. Look how far your dreaming's gone. When every town looks just the same, when every choice gets hard to make, when every map is put away, then I'll be bringing you back home to stay. Isn't there a place between when every boat has sailed away and every path is marked and paved, when every road has had its say, then I'll be bringing you back home to stay. Reach out to me, call out my name, and I would bring you back again today.
Really beautiful, Joe. That was fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Loverly, as Snook says.
I'm also
That was beautiful.
I'm doing my show tomorrow night for the first time this year.
Oh, fantastic.
And,
Is it a concert or a karaoke?
Tessa's going to be my co-host, but we're going to have
All right.
invited guests.
Very nice. All right. Well,
I'm
this
not
link
crying,
is in the...
you're crying.
Right? Stop cutting onions, David. Yeah, it was
That's a
beautiful.
song. Beautiful
Thank
song.
you. Thank you.
Yeah. Grell was saying you're a crooner.
And
Yep.
I have my epidural on my lower back Thursday, and then next Tuesday I won't be able to do a show because I'm having surgery on my left arm.
All right. Well, prayers for you for your health and that all of that goes well and gives you some relief in the long run.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Very nice, Joe. Absolutely, Bill. And Bill, it's good to see you here. Thanks for being here. All
Joe,
right.
I'd love to hear Joe do some Perry Como.
All
But
right.
he
There you
does
go,
that.
Joe.
I've got
Request.
plenty of Perry Como.
Yeah.
All right, Ray, you are up next.
All righty. Let me get my stuff sorted. Uh, of course, I'll be running the video and whatnot, but
Thanks, Santai.
this would be a song you can find on my YouTube channel. It is an original guitar tune that
All right,
I
we love the
myself.
originals.
Yeah. Although the video version I'm about to play is with original audio and video of as I was recording it. So
Very cool.
let me get that lined up.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go. Evolution of Time. All righty. And there you have it.
Fantastic, Ray.
That
Nice
was
share.
cool.
Whoop, whoop.
Again,
It's cool, and I love the title, Evolution of Time. That's a cool name.
nice. Thank you.
Ray, we're still seeing your computer screen instead of
Yeah,
you, just so you
One
know.
second. I'll swap it.
No, that was great.
But yes, that video version was as I was writing and recording it, and with the mess in the house, you could see why I didn't use that video, the recorded version.
And nobody's judging. No, that was great. But you should do a great video along with that. That'd be awesome.
I'll see if
Really
I
well
can
done.
do something with it.
Never Ending Nonsense. Good to see you. Thanks for being here tonight. Coming over from Rumble. Appreciate that. Yeah, with lots of dancing going on over on Rumble. Love it. All right, fantastic. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and sing a song and then we'll play a video and get right back into the next rotation. Thanks to everybody who's here. Appreciate you all. And thanks again to everybody who shared this out, either on YouTube or on Rumble. Very much appreciated. All right, here we go. A 100 days have made me older since the last time that I saw your handsome face. 1,000 lies have made me colder, and I don't think I can look at this the same. But all the miles that separate, they disappear now when I'm dreaming of your face. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, it's only you and me. Yeah. The miles just keep rolling as the people leave their way to say hello. I've heard this life is overrated, but I hope that it gets better as we go. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I'm here, think about you, baby, and I I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby. You're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, boy, it's only you and me. And anywhere I go, it gets hard, but it won't take away my love. And when the last one falls, when it's all said and done, it gets hard, but it won't take away my love. Whoa. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still on my lonely mind. I think about you, baby, and I dream about you all the time. I'm here without you, baby, but you're still with me in my dreams. And tonight, boy, it's only you and me.
Great job.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Really like that.
All right.
That's a great song, too. I love that song myself.
Yeah, me too.
That was so
It is a great
pretty.
one. Thank
So
you, everybody.
Really, really pretty, Indy.
Thanks. Appreciate that, Snooks. All right. Thanks, everyone, for the encouragement. Always appreciated. All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video. This next one, thank you, Elgo. Thank you, Carl. This one is by Sal Caruso and Doorways into Music, and it's a new collaboration that they just shared. It's absolutely beautiful. This is A Thread That Can't Be Broken. Hold on one second before you play it there, Bran. All right, here we go. All right, here we are.
It's been years since you were here with me. Though those years feel more like days, and I know you didn't choose to go. It just happened that way. I still talk to you late at night, even though I know you can't hear me. I see you in the clouds above, the leaves scattered on the ground. I look for signs that you are here, but I can never see them. And yet there's a thread that can't be broken, connecting your heart to mine. It's just the way things always are. Just the way things always are. I can't break through to the other side. To the other side. It's a place that's just too far. And yet there's a thread that can't be broken, connecting your heart to mine. There's a love that keeps on flowing. A thread that can't be broken, healing my heart. With time.
All right, absolutely love that by Sal Caruso and Doorways. Yeah, gorgeous indeed. Doorways
I
into
heard
Music.
space.
Yes, there you go. Went along with the video too. All right, I put both links in there directly to that song and then also to Doorways into Music's channel. Make sure you're showing support. Thank you, everybody. I know you guys do. Thank you, JM, for being a member for 20 months and all of your support. And he says, thanks to everyone who pressed the like. All right. Thanks, Johnny. Okay. All right, Jerry. Have a good night, Blue. Much love to you. Thanks for being here and hanging out. Joni, I saw you come in. Much love. Thanks for being here. All right. David, we are back to you.
Okay. I'm actually going to, against my better judgment, I'm actually going to sing this time.
All right.
And this is,
Right on.
this is, I'll sing an easy one. And this is probably going to be my last one for tonight. But
Okay,
this
thanks
is,
so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me. Hey, this is by one of my favorite bands of all time, and anybody, even if they don't know the band, they know this song. It's the Moody Blues, and the song is Nights in White Satin, and this is my own arrangement of it. So here we go.
Awesome.
Yeah, looking forward to this.
Nights in white satin, never reaching the end. Letters I've written, never meaning to send. Beauty I'd always miss with these eyes before. Just what the truth is, I can't say anymore, 'cause I love you. Yes, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, some hand in hand. Just when I'm going God, my flute sound is messed up. I had this perfect flute sound for the song, and now I can't do it. Why is that the way it is? Well, now I'm angry. You know what? I'm rewinding. This is how it's supposed to sound. Nights in white satin, never reaching the end. Letters I've written, never made into sand. Duty I'd always miss with these eyes before. Just what the truth is, I can't say anymore, 'cause I love you. Yes, I love you. Oh, I love you. Oh, how I love you. And I love you. Yes, I love you. Oh, how I love you. Oh, how something like that.
Amazing. I love
was
how you
great.
made even something,
Brilliant.
you know, it was a flub. Yeah, real
Yeah.
gift for sure. But how you even made it seem part of it. You just rolled right with it. That was amazing.
That wasn't
Fantastic.
supposed to happen. I don't know why that did,
And your
and now it
vocals
made
were
me
Done.
angry.
great too.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
your
that
vocals are
that
great.
was awesome.
Thank you.
Rank says, "Okay, I love you too, mate." And
Even my
Don
voice
says,
was struggling with that one. I was struggling
"Oh,
with
you
that one.
sounded awesome. You pulled it off really well."
Playing two
Don says you ought
keyboards,
to be famous. Go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
playing two keyboards at the same time too. That
I
was
know
awesome.
it.
Right?
I would
I
like
like
just
it.
to
I know.
say,
I've sung that a
wowzer.
lot, but I've never been able to play it and sing it.
Yeah.
That
Great
was
song,
like
and I like that.
awesome. Very awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Man,
Yeah.
And thank you for having me. I'm gonna head on out, but you guys are all
Absolutely.
awesome,
Great arrangement.
talented.
We'll look forward to your live stream. You said that's tomorrow night, right?
Tomorrow night, and
Awesome.
yeah, it'll be open mic. So
Okay.
yeah, everybody's invited.
Go over and show support, everybody. Fantastic.
But
All
my
right.
name's
Thank you
not
again,
Mike.
David.
Well, your name better be open then.
Ching. Yeah. That was ripping.
Good
Agreed,
job.
Growl. And it is a
awesome.
hard song. You did awesome with it. All right, David, thanks again for joining us tonight. Appreciate you being here. Hope you have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. All right, exactly. I wish my voice struggled like that. Me too, Graham. Well said. Yes. Okay. Let's see. I think that we are to Snooks next. Yep.
That'd be me.
All
Okay, I'm
right,
going
you're
to
all
sing
set.
Gold Dust Woman.
Okay, make sure you
Let's
don't
see.
mute.
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. You should be
I
ready to
was
go.
laughing. I'm still laughing about that. It's just such a me thing. Okay, here we go. Rock on, gold dust woman. Take your silver spoon, dig your grave. Heartless challenge, pick your path and I'll crave. Wake up in the morning, see your sunrise loves to go down. Lousy lovers pick their prey, but they never cry out loud. Cry out. Or did she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? And is it over now? Do you know how? Pick up the pieces and go home. Rock on, ancient queen, follow those who pale in your shadow. Rulers make bad lovers, you better put your kingdom up for sale. Up for sale. Or did she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? Well, is it over now? Do you know how? Pick up the pieces and go home. Or did she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? Now tell me, is it over now? Do you know how? Pick up the pieces and go home. And go home. And go home. Ooh, pale shadow of a woman, black widow. Pale shadow of a dragon, dust woman. Ooh, pale shadow of a woman. Ooh, black widow. Ooh, pale shadow, she's a dragon. Oh, dust woman, woman, woman.
Well done, Snooks. That was awesome. Great song
Oh,
choice too.
thank you. Appreciate
Yeah.
that. Okay,
Well
great.
done.
I'm going to
One
jump
might
off
even
the
say it was
panel.
golden.
Oh,
You might
well,
want to wait
thank you,
1 second
Joe.
here. Welcome, Rank
Hey,
and Peanut. Thanks for coming up.
You're welcome.
can I just say hello to Peanut?
I knew
No.
you'd want to say hello to Peanut. That's why I said you
Hi
can't leave
there,
yet.
darling. Peanut. He's got to unmute
Peanut
it. Take
and
some
Rank are
time.
both muted.
Hey,
I know.
darling. You sound amazing.
Hey,
Sorry.
sweetheart.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? I love you.
You doing?
I love you. I'm jumping off the panel, sweetie.
Love you too.
Okay.
All right. Take care, Snooks. Thanks for coming up and singing. You sounded wonderful.
Now
Wait a
he
minute. Did you
won't
just
take it
smooch me,
personally.
Peanut? Did you just smooch me?
I'm
I think
always
you smooched me. Okay. Okay. Bye, y'all. Sorry.
Apologies,
No, she's not. She's not.
I was drawing the whole time I was listening to the music.
Nice.
Cool.
Very cool.
I like how you do that, Rank. Okay. Let's see. We are to Tony next.
I have trouble drawing attention.
Welcome back up, Lowry. We'll keep you in the same spot in the rotation, Lowry.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay. Get you
All
set
right.
here. There we go.
Nah, Snooks killed it. That was good. I like that song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks to everybody hanging out here on YouTube and on Rumble. Appreciate all the chat. Okay,
All
Tony.
right. Let's do an old. We'll do an old blues standard number. Summertime and the living's easy. Fish are jumping, cotton is high. Your daddy's rich and your mama's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, you're gonna wake up singing. You're gonna spread your wings, learn how to fly. Until that morning, ain't nothing gonna hurt you. With your mom and daddy standing by.
jumping, the cotton is high. Your daddy's rich, and your mama's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings you're gonna wake up singing. You're gonna spread your wings and learn how to fly. Until that morning, ain't nothing gonna hurt you. With your mama and daddy standing by.
Absolutely love that, Tony. I like how you totally made that song your own. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nuke.
Thanks so much for having me tonight. I've really had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always fun when you join us. Thank you so much, Tony, for sharing your music with us.
Yeah, I love coming up here. It's a great bunch of people. And
is.
so I'm going to jump into the chat, and
All right.
I'll be watching on the sidelines. But thanks again for having me.
Absolutely.
Good night, everyone.
Great job.
Thanks,
God bless.
Tony. Have a great night, and God bless you.
Good night. Peace.
Watt says, every bad situation is a blues song waiting to happen. That's a quote from
Right.
Amy Winehouse. Yeah, I love all your quotes and info that you share, Watt. Thank you.
Yeah, he has a lot of
All right.
information.
Shelly, I saw you come in earlier. I don't know if I said hi yet. Much love to you. And Nuke, thanks for being here. Good to see you here. Also, I did get a Cash App from an anonymous donor, Lurker. And I just wanted to say thank you very much. I said, thanks, beautiful soul Lurker, for the Cash App. You know who you are, and you are loved. Very appreciated. All right. Thank you to all my mods who are slinging links, for all the content creators who are here in the chat. Make sure you're checking out channels, you guys. There's so many great people here, and I like to connect to good people. So thanks for being here, everybody. Yeah, Tony's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going to keep going, and we are to Lowry next. And then it'll be you, Joe, after that.
Okay.
Get over here where I can get in the right spot. There we go.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm still on the
Hey.
Magnolia kick. I'm still on the Magnolia kick, so I'm just
I
gonna
know, I
keep
like
going.
it. I like this theme you're doing.
It's fun.
Right,
It's fun.
right.
It keeps my phalanges operative. This one's called "You Do." It's from the same soundtrack. You stay the night at his house with no ride to work, and I'm the one that tells you he's enough of a jerk. But you're the one who can succeed. You've only got to prove your need, and you do. You do. And you do. You really do. The sex you're trading up for, what you hope is love, is just another thing that he'll be careless of. But though the caveats galore, you've only got to love him more. And you do. You do. You do. You really do. Even when it's all too clear. You write a little note that you leave on the bed and spend some time dissecting every word he said. And if he seems a little strange, well, baby, anyone can change. And it's you. You do. You do. You really do. You really do. Slow clap. Slow clap from Nicole downstairs.
That was great. Beautiful
Thank
song.
you.
I like
Thank
the
you.
songs you pick, and you make them your own too. It's great.
It makes it
Larry.
fun for me, man. I love all this
Yeah.
stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm gonna dip out, but I'm gonna maybe check in on the little chatty chat
On the conversation
afterwards.
side, yeah, I'd love it if you
Yeah.
feel like jumping back up.
Let's see if I have a rant or not. I
Right,
probably do,
Landon?
but I'm.
Landon,
Anyway,
yeah. Landon says, "Love me some Lowry."
Thank you. See you guys later.
Great job.
All right. Good night, you guys. Thanks again, Alex and Nico, for coming up and joining us.
You
Always
got it.
appreciate it. Okay.
I'm loving the inspiration. I've just pumped.
Awesome.
I'm loving the inspiration. I've pumped out some really good artwork.
Oh, very cool. Rank, are you
the
singing
last two
tonight?
artists- I'd love to sing.
Okay. Check. There's a note for you in the private chat. If you scroll up just a little bit.
Yeah, I had a note. I had a note on my screen for Steve's channel when I went on live yesterday, and I failed to read it. It says "Don't swear." So I'll try not to.
Do your best there. That's a big feat for you there,
Yeah,
Rank.
yeah. I am Australian.
Right, Ozark? I
so-
know it's a great mix up here
Yeah.
tonight. Appreciate everybody.
So I need to
Okay.
open a panel. I remember you
Just take a look just take a look in the private chat, and
Oh,
StreamYard. Yeah, there's a comment there for you. Okay, Joe, you are up next.
This will be my last one.
All right, thanks for joining us.
Sure, I'm gonna sing a Perry Como song.
I saw that note there. Perfect.
Okay, here we go. When I'm alone at night and there's no one to comfort me, I think of you. And suddenly my pillow is your face and your arms. And when the winter wind comes chasing after me, I think of you. And it's as though I crawl beneath the blanket, soft and warm. How did I get from dark to daylight before you happened to pass by? How did I find my way through life before you brightened up my sky? Was there a sky at all until you painted it for me? How did I get on till you came along? Who knows how many times I pause in every day to think of you. As often as the sun sails out upon the silent sea, and if you're wondering why it is I only think of you, well, it's because I'd like to be as close to you as you become to me. I think of you. I think of you.
Love that, Joe. Great song choice, and you sang that so beautifully.
Thank you.
It's like a
Thanks for
peaceful
having me
song. Yeah. If you want to stick around, Joe, it's up to you. You don't have to, but for one more song, I am going to go ahead and have Bran pull up your song with Jim next. And do you want to say anything about this before we play it?
Well, it's a
Green
Simon and
Crow.
Garfunkel duet that Jim and I decided to sing together, and he rarely sings with me, so.
All right.
That's
Well,
about
I'm
it.
so glad we get to share it here. I love the duets you do with your family, usually with your dad, and this is great. Yeah, it is. All right, so here's Joe and Jim Norman, the Sound of Silence cover.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seed while I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walk alone down the streets of cobblestone. Neath the halo of a street lamp, I turn my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs that voices never shared. No one dared to stir the sound of silence. Fools said I do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words like silent raindrops fell, echoed in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to a neon god they made. And the sign flashed out its warning in the words that it was for me. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls, in tenement halls, whispered in the sound of silence.
Love that. So well done by both of you. All right. Thank you, Joe. All right. Thanks for coming up, Joe, and singing with us tonight. Very much appreciated. You know, you're always welcome. We always enjoy having you here.
Appreciate it. Y'all have a great rest of your show.
All right. Thanks.
Take care.
Have a great night, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah. Powerful lyrics, of course. It's a classic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good night. Carl says, this is my jam. Yeah, that was awesome. All right, glad you guys all like that too. Okay, I think that we are to Ray next. Right, Jerry? I know I was singing along. I couldn't help it.
Oh, I'm up next?
You are up next.
Oh, well, I have decided that I'm going to do my country tune attempt.
Good to see you, Dana. All right, awesome. Looking forward to hearing it.
My very first country song that I've tried to do.
Great.
And one moment, here we go. Oh, no, that ain't it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. It's called Never Walk Alone.
Please give me a sign. Show me your mind. 'Cause I can't walk alone. I see you are shaking. I feel my world breaking. In the dark, my heart. I can see that you're grieving. I'll love to keep you breathing. Please remember that you and I hate so. The fire behind your eyes, you can't hide how you feel inside. No matter how you try. Golden horizon, I see the sun rising, but you're still drawing lines. I walk up beside you, I turn my face to you. I'm hoping you decide if you give our love a chance and open up to this romance and join the dance. You know that you and I can't find. The fire behind your eyes, you can't hide how you feel inside. No matter how you try. The fire behind your eyes, you can't hide how you feel inside. No matter how you try.
All righty, and there you have my attempt at a country song.
All right. Thanks for sharing that with us, Rank. That was great. Okay.
A lot of people find
That wasn't me. What?
Oh, did I say Rank? I'm sorry. I meant Ray. That was a misspeak there. Ray,
I
Rank, it
thoroughly-
just rolled off the tongue. I just grabbed your link, Rank, so I'm sorry about that. Ray, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that. That was really good. That's a great song.
Yeah.
I don't believe I've ever heard it before.
Well, people find the lyrics between the male and the female kind of confusing, but that's the downside to that song. But it was a duet that I wrote myself. So
No, that was fantastic. That's why I haven't heard it before, Rank.
Hey, it was great.
And my first country tune.
I love it. Branching out into something different. It's exciting.
There you go. All right.
Okay. Ray, thanks for joining us tonight. I very much appreciated. Always like when you come up and share your music with us.
Very much fun.
Yeah. All right, Rank, if you're going to sing, you are up next.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I've got to stop drawing then. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. All right. So, okay. All right. Okay. So.
And if you want to move your camera too, right now we're just kind of seeing the top of your hat. If you angle it down a little bit, we'll be able to see your face.
Sure. Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. Apologies.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a bit dodgy. Yeah. Better?
Yep.
Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Apologies. Okay. So, all right. Let's see if okay. That's not a cigarette. That's a pen. Put that down. Okay. So the song that I've chosen, this is one that I used to sing to my daughter.
Oh, I love it. That's awesome.
Yeah, when she was growing up, and sometimes she'd scream at me, "Dad, don't sing it! Stop! Stop!" Because she knew she'd fall asleep. So I might butcher it, but I'll have a. All right, I haven't sung it in years, but I'm gonna have a good hard go at it. So if I remember, share screen. And
Make
then
sure the toggle at the bottom for the sound is on when you share the screen.
Share screen.
And at the bottom, there's a little switch that says share audio.
Share audio. Yep. Share screen. Okay. Select tab. Oh my god. Internet retarded. Okay. There we go. I think I've got it. There we go. Bang. You got it?
All right. Yeah. You want to make it full. Actually, I'll just take it down. There we go.
Okay. Whew. Sorry if I butcher it, guys, but like I said, so it's got a little bit of a backstory to it. Yeah. It'd always get my daughter to sleep straight away. Yeah. So
I love
hope
that.
everybody else
sharing a song with us that you sang to your daughter. That's great. Go for it, Rick. You guys.
I got this. All right. I got this. I'm not hearing any audio. Okay, there's the audio. I am the lighthouse, worn by the weather and the waves. I keep my lamp lit to warm the sailors on their way. I'll tell a story to paint you a picture from my past. I was so happy, the joy in life seldom lasts. I had a keeper, he helped me warm the ships at sea. We had grown closer until enjoyment did not feel like it to me. And he wants to marry me, go show and life. They loved each other, and with me watch the sunset tonight. And the wind around me, the sand blue, and the blues that don't remind me of what has been and what can never be. And then we go back again. But when the night came, withered to a raging storm has Nickel Creek Lighthouse. Then on the next day, the keeper found her washed up on the shore. He kissed her cold face, that they'd be together soon, he swore. I saw him crying, watched as he buried her in the sand. And then he climbed my tower, and on the
And the wind crashing around me, the sand slips out to sea, and the winds that blow remind me
of what has been and what will never. I am a lighthouse, worn by the weather and the waves. And though I'm empty, I still warn the sailors on their way.
All right, that was great, Rank.
No.
No, you sounded great. You really did. My internet heading in and out, so if I disappear for a second, everyone, sorry about that. Rank, I love that song. Who sings that? I could not remember.
Nickel Creek. Yeah, Nickel Creek Lighthouse Tale. I actually found it. This is a funny story, Indy. I was in a supermarket and this girl was crying, and I'm like, "Are you all right?" And I walked up to her, and she's like, "No, the song." And I listened to it, and I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Oh, this was my husband's song." And I'm like, "Yeah, and what?" "Yeah, he died." And I went, "Oh, you're kidding." I felt so bad for the girl. Like, what do you do in that moment? I just comforted her. I'm like, and that's the first time I heard the song.
Good night, Ray. Good night, Dawn. Sorry, Rank. I missed the beginning of that. My internet is cutting in and out, as it is apt to just do from time to time.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll go back and listen later. It should be fine on the stream. It's just not, I just can't hear it all on my end. Yeah, thanks to everybody who's been here tonight. To those taking off, have a great night. We have just a few more songs before we switch gears into conversation. And I'm grateful for all of you who are here, up on panel and in chats. All right, yeah, no, that was great, Rank, and I do really like that song, so thank you.
You don't need to patronise me. You don't need to patronise me. It's a good song. You can just say
Not
you sound shit.
You didn't sound like shit. Plus, I'm just glad for anybody who comes up here and joins in, and it takes a lot to sing in front of everybody. Absolutely.
No, you got to have courage, everybody. Don't
Nice
be
cat.
scared to do it. Yeah, don't be scared to do it. Jump up here, have a little bit of confidence. I'm not going to
Right, Roger?
criticize you.
No, we're here
Get
for
up,
everybody.
yeah, get up and sing. Absolutely.
Hey, Landon and Tiff, good to see you guys. Thanks for coming up. Looking forward to talking with you guys in just a little bit here. Getting to share your story with everybody. All right. You guys, Growl, you're cracking me up in chat, by the way. All right. Okay, we have just a few more songs before we switch gears. Growl, are you singing? I don't know if you saw my comment backstage. Are you singing tonight? Yeah, I love his accent too. And Growl, you're muted on StreamYards, just so you know.
I am now. Sorry.
All right. Are you going to sing for us tonight?
Well, it's going to be Paul Revere by the Beastie Boys. Like, I pick my own songs. It's going to destroy the mood. So everybody keep on the blues, grassy blues R&B, and then I'll wrap this thing up with some. Here's a little story I like to tell about three.
All right. Well, you were up, Growl. If you're ready, you're up. It's your turn.
Oh, I'm not.
All right. I'll go. I agree.
That was my bluff. Hang on. Let me find the backing track. Somebody
Okay.
go. Somebody super
All right,
talented.
we'll go ahead and
Who's
pull up.
the
We'll pull up a
bearded
video.
blue
We'll,
and yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and pull up a video. You get that song ready, and you can go ahead and share it, and have it ready to go, and then I'll pull it up after this. Okay, so we're gonna pull up a video. This next song is by Anna Weatherup, and I've shared quite a few of her songs before. This one is pretty cool. There's a little intro message I'm going to go ahead and share. And this is a collaboration. It's her performing a song by Anna K. Eves. And I'm going to go ahead and share her link as well in the chat. And you'll get to hear a little bit of her story. But it's a pretty neat collaboration. And this is, hold on one second. This is 2 chords and a minute. All right, here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Song Dedications by Anna Weatherup. Me. This one is a really special one. Happy New Year to everybody, by the way. This one is a very special song dedication. It's a song written by Anna K. Eves. And Anna is she's a French artist, born to British parents, but was born in France and is an artist. She's a singer, songwriter, musician. Unfortunately, at the age of 26, Anna had a stroke and lost the use of her right side. I think it's her right side, which has kind of slowed down the performance side of things. But Anna kicked off this very special project. I'm not sure how long ago it was, but it's since the stroke. And artists all around the world now cover Anna's songs. And you can view those songs on Anna's website, Anna K. Eves. I'll put a link here in this video, but also you can just Google Anna, you'll find her. That's Eaves. Today, I'm going to do a song of Anna's called 2 Chords and a Minute. I really like this track. Anna has also contributed to my crowdfunding campaigns the last couple. So Anna, thank you very much for your support from the other side of the world. And I'm really looking forward to covering this song of yours. I hope you at home enjoy it. And if you'd like your own song dedication, make sure you jump on my Bandcamp and check it out. All right, guys, hope you enjoy this one. It's a really special one. Sitting here, this empty space between us, wondering where our lives have gone wrong. Pocket full of promises we thought that we could keep. Now we're breaking up in pieces and collapsing in a heap. 2 chords and a minute to let us know that we are through. It takes 2 chords and a minute times 2. Living here beside you is more than I can bear. Leaving you behind is worse, I swear. What can we do if our lives are torn apart? What can we do to make a start? It takes 2 notes and a minute to let us know that we are through. It takes 2 chords and a minute times 2. 2 chords and a minute to let us know that we are through. It takes 2 chords and a minute times 2. Takes 2 chords and a minute to let us know that we are through. It takes 2 chords and a minute times 2. 2 chords and a minute to let us know that we are through. It takes 2 chords and a minute times 2. 2 chords and a minute times 2.
All right, beautiful song there. There is the link also to learn more about Anna K. Eves, the woman who wrote that song that Anna Weatherup performed. All right, I thought those lyrics were beautiful too, with the two ending, the two chords, and a minute. All right, good to see you, Free from Fetters Grove. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. Always glad to have you stop by. Good night to Bill. Thank you for being here. And good night to Carl over on Rumble. Much love. Right? Yeah, Becky, she's amazing. Okay, sorry if I'm cutting out, you guys. I do see that it keeps coming and going. So yeah, I can hear that, Jerry. A Tracy Chapman vibe for sure. Yeah, really beautiful. Okay.
What kind of
Oh,
weather you
nice.
got?
Okay. All right, Growl, are you all set?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, but you got to share your screen.
Yeah, I will. You guys got one of those atmospheric rivers going on? What kind of weather you got?
Here our weather has been really mild in Washington State. I know there's some people getting some power outs a little further, like southeast of where I am. But I have not been having any about a month ago. Mo, much love to you. Thank you for the super sticker and for all of your support. I know you're lurking in the background. Much love. Thanks. And thanks to all our lurkers and those who come back and do the replay. If you guys want to leave a comment after, it would be great to know that you were here and listening. Thanks to all of you who comment on the stream after the fact. Appreciate that.
All right, well,
Okay,
as always,
Growl.
let me know if you hear it really quick because it doesn't start till here. Yep. Can you hear it?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, let me now we gotta take it back. All right. Well, it's so apropos. Paul Revere, everyone. Now here's a little story I got to tell about three bad brothers you know so well. It started way back in history with Ad Rock, MCA, and me, Mike D. I had a little horsey named Paul Revere, just me and my horsey in a quart of beer, riding across the land, kicking up sand, sheriff posses on my tail cause I'm in demand. One lonely BCIV, all by myself without nobody. The sun's beating down on my baseball hat, the air is getting hot, the beer is getting flat. Looking for a girl, I ran into a guy, his name is MCA. I said howdy, he said hi. He told me the story, it sounded well rehearsed. For days on the run and that he's dying of some thirst. The brew was in my hand and he was on my tip. His voice was hoarse, the throat was dry. He asked me for a sip. He said, can I get some? I said, you can't get none. I had the chance to run. He pulled out his shotgun, quick on the draw. I thought I'd be dead. He put the gun to my head and this is what he said. My name is MCA and I got a license to kill. I think you know what time it is. It's time to get ill. Now what we do have here, an outlaw in his beer. I run around the dungeon saying I'm making myself clear. We stepped into the wind. He had a gun, I had a grin. You think the story's over, but it's ready to begin. Now I got the gun and you got the brew. You got two choices of what you can do. It's not a tough decision as you can see. I can blow you away, you can ride with me. He said I'll ride with you if I can get you to the border. The sheriff's after me for what I did to his daughter. I did it like this, I did it like that. I did it with the wiffle ball bat. She's a man, so I'm on the run. The cops got my gun. Right about now it's time to have some fun. The King Ad Rock, that is my name. And I know the fly spot where they got the champagne. We rode for 6 hours and we hit the spot. This dude was staring like he knows who we are. We took the empty spot next to him at the bar. MCA said, yippee-oh, you know this kid? I said I didn't, but I know he did. The kid said, get ready, cause this ain't funny. My name's Mike D and I'm about to get money. Pulled out the jammy, aimed it at the sky. He yelled, stick 'em up and let two fly. Hands went up and people hit the floor. He wasted two kids that ran for the door. I'm Mike D and I get respect. Your cash and your jewelry jewelry is all I expect. MCA was with it, and he's my ace, so I grabbed the piano player and I punched him in the face. Piano player's out, the music stopped. His boy had beef, and he got dropped. And, and I grabbed 2 girlies and a beer that's cold. And that's a wrap. That's a story.
That was awesome. Well
was
done. Well
brilliant.
played, Gerald. Or Growl.
so
That was
good.
fantastic. That was awesome. You did great, Growl. That was fantastic. I love it.
Only the best for y'all. Honestly. You think I do this shit at work? Nah.
I kind of wish you did. That was great. Cindy, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And Merc, much love to you. Yeah, Gerald, I was at a big grin on my face that whole time too. Love it. All right. I love what a mix of music we have up here all the time. It was great. What a walk-in timing, right? Absolutely, Gerald. Eugene, much love to you. I saw you in here earlier, but good to see you here. All right, that was great. Growl, glad you came up for that. Right? He was cracking himself up. I know, it's always a good sign.
Honestly, like that's it. If you all are afraid of singing just sing a song. You guys can laugh about me. Like we'll laugh about you. You'll get better. I'll never get better. I will never get better. I can make you a website. I will never get better at singing songs.
Right, Lowry? Lots of laughter.
I agree. People shouldn't be embarrassed. There's no shame. Like it's a community where people is like, look, yeah, right, let's make fun of each other. I don't care. You can make fun of my Australian
I
accent
grabbed
if you
2
want.
girlies and a beer that's called Brant.
Mate, that was great. That was so good.
No, it was great. All right, very fun. Okay, we have, let's see, I think we have just a couple more songs before we're going to switch gears. We are starting off conversation tonight. I'm going to be talking specifically with Landon and Tiff before we get into kind of open panel conversation. Rank and Growl. Oh, there you go, Growl. But Rank, it's fine for you to come and hang out if you want to stay. Oh, did you want to do one more song, Rank? Yeah, do it. That's great.
I'd love to. All right.
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull up a video, and then we'll go to you, and then we'll do one more video, I think, and then we'll be covered.
What reminded me, like I've just been drawing and inspirational. I'll show you the picture I've done after. But
awesome.
I unspecified is here. Yeah, so
yeah.
He's going to get the underlying joke if I sing this song. He's just going to go,
perfect.
Oh my God. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go ahead and pull up a video and then have you sing and then play one more song to kind of shift us into conversation. All right. So this next, we're not quite there yet, Rank, but you can share it now, and that way it'll be ready for just after.
Okay.
All right. So this song is a cover of "Wonderful Tonight" by Ozark Drifter. Ozark, I hope you're listening, lurking. And, people I already had this on the list for tonight, but others have mentioned too tonight that we miss Ozark singing. Ozark, I saw that you commented that you are maybe working on some stuff, so I'm hoping to hear. Oh, I think you lost me for a second. Maybe you can hear me now. I'm not sure. But here's Ozark with "Wonderful Tonight."
It's late in the evening. She wonders what clothes to wear. She puts on her makeup and brushes her long blonde hair. And then she asks me, do I look alright? And I say yes, you look wonderful and everyone turns to see this beautiful lady that's walking around with me. And then she asks me, do you feel alright? And I say yes, I feel wonderful tonight. I feel wonderful because I see the love light in your eyes. And the wonder of it all is that you just don't realize how much I love you. It's time to go home now. I've got an aching head, so I give her the car keys, and she helps me to bed. And then I tell her, as I turn out the light, I say, my darling, you are wonderful tonight. Oh, my darling, you are wonderful tonight.
All right, beautifully done, Ozark, as always. Thank you so much for being here, Ozark, too. And love to you. That was beautiful. All right, Navy Vet, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm always glad to have you here with us. I don't know how this always ends up happening, especially during conversation. We'll see how this goes. But yes, you're welcome, Ozark, and thanks again for sharing out your music with everybody. Okay, Rank, we are to you next. And then we're going to play a couple songs before we go into conversation. All right. Rank, you have
Okay.
yours shared. Let me pull it up here.
Yep. I'm pretty sure you'd have it. Got it?
All right, guys. Sorry. Yeah, it's just I'm cutting in and out, so you gotta wait for me for a second sometimes. All right, it's all
you're
set to
good.
go,
You're
Rank.
good. Okay.
Rank, I think you wanna turn your music down just a little bit. So on your YouTube where you shared it, just on the YouTube tab, put
Oh,
it
yeah.
a little above
I got you.
halfway on volume on your YouTube
Yeah, I
video.
got you. Okay,
And
cool.
then
Okay. I respect that. I
um,
got you. I got you.
I'm gonna turn off the echo cancellation,
Okay.
and you're all set to go.
This one's dedicated to you, shit, what's his name? Anarchy? Shit.
Oh, unspecified.
Yeah, whatever. He was there last night on Steve. It was funny.
Yeah, that's Landon.
Yeah, a lot of people gave me a lot of shit about that, but I don't care. Here it is.
Okay, side Rank. For some reason, it's. Oh, nope, you're good. Go ahead. Just sing loudly.
Okay, I can do that. Songs about rainbows. What's on the other side? Rainbows rainbows are visions, but only illusions, and rainbows have nothing to hide. So we've been told, and some choose to believe it. I know they're wrong, wait and see. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. Who said that every wish will be heard and answered when wished on the morning star? Somebody thought of that and someone believed it. Look what it done so far. What's so amazing that keeps us stargazing? And what do we think we might see? Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. All of us under his spell, we know it's probably magic. Would it be quicker? Have you been half asleep? And have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. Is the sweet sound that calls the young sailors? That's a siren. The voice might be one and the same. I've heard it too many times to ignore it. It's something that I'm supposed to be. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. La-di-da-da, la-di-da-da, da-di-da-do, do. Fucking nailed it. Oh shit! I had a post-it
Yeah, you did.
Post-it note that said "Don't swear," and I swore.
You got
I'm so
a
sorry.
bro fist there from Landon too. Dana says, "Talk about variety. Nowhere else but here on Independent Mini United." True, Dana. I love it. All right. Okay, I'm kind of cutting in and out here, so sorry about that, everybody. I'm working on the connection here, and if need be, I will switch over to my phone. All right, thanks, Gerald. Okay.
Sorry, Indy, real quick. I want to show you what I've been drawing since I've been listening to the songs. I want to show you real quickly. Since I've been listening to people singing for like the last 3 hours or whatever it is. It looks like a house rat. It's like, I don't know if you call it a lizard or what it is, but it's there. Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's interesting. I like it. There we go. We can see it better. I like how you doodle as you listen. That's
a lot
great.
of the music's very inspirational. There's 1,000 dots in that picture, probably easy. But anyway, no, yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I put everybody through that pain. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Okay. All right. Well, Peanut joined for a minute. He wasn't able to stay up, but we're going to go ahead and play one of his songs here. This is his cut, Plain White Tees.
Nothing more loving than I ever had. Make it all better when I'm feeling sad. Tell me that I'm special even when I know I'm not. Make it feel good when it hurts so bad. Better get mad. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. Is it easy as 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4? One thing to do, 3 words for I love you. There's only one way to say those 3 words, and that's what I'll do. I love you. Give them all love from the very start. Piece me back together when I fall apart. Tell me things you never even tell your closest friends. Make it feel good when it hurts so bad. Best I've ever had. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. Is it easy as 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4? One thing to do, 3, 4. I love you. There's only one way to say those 3 words, and that's what I'll do. I love you. I love you. Make it easy. Is it easy as 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4? One thing to do, 3 words for you. I love you. There's only one way to say those 3 words, and that's what I'll do. I love you. I love you. 1, 2, 3, 4. I love you. I love you.
Okay, let me know, you guys, if you can hear me okay. I'm trying coming in on my phone because I'm having so many issues with the connection on my computer. All right.
Check 1, 2.
I'll catch up here in the chat and hopefully you can hear me. But love that cover by the Nut House. Please make sure you sub up and check him out. Good to see you, Michael. Thank you for being here. And good night to Daniel. Much love to you. Okay, we have one final song before we switch gears into conversation, and we'll be starting off with an interview with Landon and Tiff. And love that quote by Johnny Cash. JM says, "Ever since time, nothing's ever been found that's stronger than love. Ever since time began." Beautiful. Yep, love it. Okay, thank you, Donna. All right, this next song, and I can't hear you guys if anybody's saying anything, but I will get that fixed in just a second. We have one more song before we shift gears, and this is kind of the beginning of the conversation to kick things off. This is by an artist. It's new to me. His name is Scott Helmer, and I know some of the Rumble crew know him, so I'm excited to share out his song here. And he's a great truther streamer, and this is his song, "To Them We're All the Same." Here we go.
I walk down a lonely road to leave old friends behind, 'cause I spoke out against the left and I spoke out against the right. No one sees both sides are the same. No one sees that we're all being played. We get all the rights we need before we get our names. And they take your life and they take your love and they take your gun and they take your son. They ship them off to fight another war, built on lies that serve those whores that keep us all in chains. Red, black and white, yellow, brown, have you heard? To them we're all the same. A young man said the ones to blame reside in D.C., but all those fools are puppets on string for the ones that we don't see. Laws of the land that always change, can't rise above what God gave. We get all the rights we need before we get our names. And they take your life and they take your love and they take your gun and they take your son. They ship them off to fight another war, built on lies that serve those whores that keep us all in chains. Red, black and white, yellow, brown, have you heard? To them we're all the same. To them we're all just slaves. To them we're all just here to get by and drink to survive and work till we die and don't ask why. Here to get by and work till we die and don't ask why. I walk down a lonely road, had to leave everyone behind. Then I saw an old friend in town and we stopped and we talked for a while. He said, now I see both sides are the same. Now I see that we're all being played. We get all the rights we need before we get our names. And they take your life and they take your love and they take your gun and they take your son. They ship them off to fight another war, built on lies that serve those whores that keep us all in chains. Red, black and white, yellow, brown, have you heard? Red, black and white, yellow, brown, have you heard? No, red, black and white, yellow, brown, we all bleed red, so don't lie down. Get off of your knees and stand up proud today. To them we're all just here to get by and drink to survive and work till we die and don't ask why. Here to get by and drink to survive and work till we die and don't ask why. Here to get by, stay stoned to survive and work till we die and don't ask why. To them we're all the same. Now you know, spread the word.
All right. Again, that was Scott Helmer. Make sure you go and check out his music. Appreciate truthers who put out music for sure. Okay. All right. Can you guys hear me okay before I keep going? All right. I'm sure it sounds different because I'm on my phone, but you know, this is how we roll sometimes. We just do what we got to do here. Okay. Landon, is Tiff there with you? Just making sure. Awesome. Okay.
I am.
Thank you so much for coming up And thanks to Wingnet and Algo for joining us as well. We are starting off, I'm just going to be talking with Landon and Tiff for the first little part here. And I thought, Landon and Tiff, that before we kind of get into the interview, I want to talk with you guys. Well, actually, let's go ahead and start. If you guys want to tell us, how did you first get into streaming? If you want to talk a little bit about that before, I'm going to play some clips from what's been going on in Minnesota. And then I thought we could talk more about specifically covering the protests and everything. But just in general, if you want to give people an idea, what first made you come onto YouTube and how did you begin streaming?
Well, I think the short answer is we started streaming kind of by accident, or nearly by accident, during the protests in 2020 when they first got started. It just felt important to show what was actually happening, because we were seeing some crazy stuff that wasn't getting talked about. And it's like, if you didn't see it on the live stream, you didn't see it.
Right,
Or no one knows
absolutely.
about it, you know?
So I must have found you guys right after you began.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Tiff, what
And
were you going to say?
well, I was just going to say another thing with the live feeds is that, the things that did get seen, they would get cut so much to fit the length of a short that you would miss very valuable context that absolutely aided to the situation turning out the way it did.
Yes, absolutely. And on top of that, it could also be edited to kind of fit the narrative that they wanted
Right.
to push too if they left, things out of context. I
But
noticed
when you
that a lot.
watch it live, it gives you the opportunity to be like, actually, I saw what happened, and
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, when you catch it all unfiltered, unedited live like that, and of course people restreaming, it's sort of a problem, because when they want to, like, oh, did he catch that live? And it's like, oh crap, somebody else restreamed it. So it's like there's no stopping it. The signal.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, so when I first met you guys, it was kind of covering the Chop and the Chaz, and you were restreaming a lot of the people who were boots on the ground, and it was so appreciated because, kind of like right now, with you covering what's going on in Minnesota and then also in Oregon, and there's a couple other places that have popped off too. It's like I know when things are going down, I'm going to be able to, see if you guys are live and come over and join you and hang out and for those of you who might not be following closely the protests or watching live streamers who are covering it, there's like long periods of time where it's like not a lot is happening. And then all of a sudden something will heat up. There'll be some conflict between people there, or ICE will come out, and then, people will kind of go and make more of a ruckus. And there's these long stretches of time, though, where it's kind of downtime. And you, Landon, and you, Tiff, you guys are both so great about first of all, committing the time to cover all of that, giving people a place to come pop in and out of to watch, but also just kind of narrating through it. And you both have really calm voices. I've seen a lot of people comment on that, and I agree. And there's a way that you present the information that is really, it's just really nice. It's, you don't get all excited. It's human nature. It's like watching a train wreck. You know what I mean? Or passing by a car accident. What you call it, like
Indy,
crane your neck.
Indy, can
Yeah.
I interject? Can I interject at the moment in what you're
Is it
saying?
about
A lot
this?
about no, it's definitely on the
Yeah, go
topic
ahead.
of it.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of people they're wanting the violence, like they're lacking something in their lives, and they're trying to encourage it, and they're pushing for more of it. Like, go home. You don't need to do this. Like, hey, ICE agent, you can hate ICE as much as you want. You can hate the police all you want. There's no reason to go out and attack them. They're family members as well, male and female. Okay, there's males and females, but it looks like a lot of these people, they what do they call them? Professional agitators, and they're going out asking for violence. Like
Right.
sorry, that's my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no,
Yeah.
we do see that for sure. And people like you, Landon and Tiff, who are covering this, it makes people be able to have a better perspective of what's actually happening instead, right? Like that there is a middle, right, Growl? And
There is.
yes, for now we do still have free speech. It's kind of coming and going in waves, right? Depending on the platform you're on and what they're choosing to do with it. But yes, absolutely.
And
All
that
right.
was one of the if I may real quick, that was one of
Yeah.
the things is that, you know, you can go and just watch the streamer directly, but a lot of these streamers are very, very left-leaning chat rooms. So if you want to participate in chat, you basically have to do it from a defensive position, or an offensive, like you're gonna have a fight. And
night.
I think that this is a big, you know, I've long said that I think as a globe, we are basically healing after COVID. You know, you go through the 7 stages of grief. I don't know if this would be grief or if this would be what it is, but I think that we're going through something on a global scale. You know, people deal with it differently. Some people are out in the streets yelling and that's how they're venting. And some people, I think, you know, our age range, we grew up teasing, you know, and that's kind of a vent for us. So like, I think for us, it's therapeutic to kind of poke fun a little bit. It's not directly, it's mostly just like, this is how we're venting. And
Right.
it's a safe place to do that.
Right. Kind of that, they say that pressure release valve, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're very much appreciated what you're doing, and I'm so glad that I did meet you right at the beginning. You were one of the first channels that I started following right away. And then, you know, obviously over the years, not only have I gotten to know you as streamers, but I've gotten to know you as friends, and I'm so blessed to know both of you.
I feel the same.
Yes, and I do love, you know, you guys kind of, you know, there's not always protests and stuff going on, and I know life gets in the way sometimes of streaming, as it should, because the real life, in-person life, and family life definitely need to come first. But there are times where it's kind of just funny how it's worked out. There's times where you're away for a little bit, and then you hop up and you come back, and everybody I know is so excited when you are back, and then I think very understanding. You know, we all know how that goes. None of us are professionals at this. You
It's a
know,
blessing.
yes,
That's the
it is a
ADHD
blessing.
kicking in.
But I also love how it's worked out that you guys have always been here for my anniversary birthday streams and have come up and been a part of it. And that you guys were a big part of my hitting 1,000 subs, which is kind of a big milestone, you know. And it just, you know, you guys have been here for all the like little milestones along the way, and it's just been very much appreciated.
Well, same at you. We don't think about YouTube without thinking about you and about, you know, I mean, it's just, it's awesome.
All the friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Amanda or Amandita, for coming in, and welcome. I know that you're new here. If you want to say how you found us, that we'd love to know, but welcome in. So, okay, so what would you say are some of the highlights? And I didn't give these guys questions ahead of time, so this is all on the fly like we roll. But what are some of the highlights that come to your mind when you think back over streaming the last few years? What are some things that really stand out to you as, you know, maybe really positive moments, but also some of the like challenging moments in streaming?
Fire feet. Kenosha kid.
Yes.
Sorry, straight out the gate.
Hang on, Rank. Hang on. We're gonna. I just really want to
Okay,
talk
sorry,
with.
sorry.
Yep. I'm really just going to talk with Landon and Tiff here for this first part, but then we'll open it up so everybody can kind of talk a little bit more after this. Go ahead, Landon and Tiff. What stands out to you guys?
Well, you know, the creation of these, like
That naked guy that went running down to Chaz talking about the earthquakes
Run.
coming. He gotta go get his kids. Okay, there's been a
I
lot.
remember that. I do remember that.
Where's he? I want that back.
I'm still waiting on that earthquake, man. But,
Yeah.
You know, the really behind the scenes, if you will, live, you know,
Amandita.
you have characters that show up, like in Chaz Chop, there was a rapper, Raz Simone. He changed his
Yep.
name. He was
The warlord of the
low-key,
chop.
yeah, a leader of some kind. And then, you know,
Right.
they stormed the police building or the Capitol, the town hall, you know, and
Mhm.
they kind of took over the city, kind of Gotham style. And, you know, and what brought us back into it was this go around was it was like they're setting up another autonomous zone in Minneapolis, which turned out to just be a barricade. But I mean, it sucked us right back in, and we were like, no way. This is like the same characters or whoever's, you know, and I hate to sound the way this sounds because it's so tinfoil, but there is absolutely somebody funding this, wants
Yeah.
this, pushing
Yeah.
for agitation, inviting Don Lemon to a church service.
Right.
You know, and then prominent agitators that are in front of the Federal Whipple building just so happen to be at the church service. That's not coincidence. That's planned.
Organized,
Jake
right?
Lang, that's another one. The current, of the current protest, Jake Lang, Don Lemon, when life
Mhm.
gets you lemons,
Yep, I have some videos, some kind of brief videos we'll pull up in a minute about those. But that was one of kind of my waking up moments during the Chop and the Chaz. That was close to home for me. I'm in Washington State, as you guys know, and
Yeah.
not far from Seattle. And so, I was watching that really closely. And that was one of the things that you guys helped me see, because when you guys were covering a lot of the streamers who were boots on the ground, eyewitnesses to things that were happening, and then I had found some other streamers too, obviously, that were doing the same. um, I was seeing how what the news was portraying was totally different than what was actually happening. And so, I felt like I got that first person perspective, even though I was safe at home with my two young kids, although I really did debate on going up there at the time. But it was something that you guys really helped me be able to follow and see closely, and start asking a lot more questions, because I realized that the news was so manipulated and controlled. And I had remembered noticing before that the news was much more editorial than it had been in previous years. It was becoming a lot of editorial instead of like an editorial segment, and the rest was straight news,
Yeah.
or at least feeling that way. Maybe it was never straight news, and I just took it that way, looking back. But it became much more obvious and apparent to me, especially during that time, because you could just see how it was being portrayed in one way, and then seeing so many different perspectives firsthand. Things were happening a different way in reality. So
Yeah.
I love that you guys have continued to show coverage and continue to cover, like right now, what's happening in Minnesota. Okay, anything else you guys want to share with us about your streaming or about yourselves before I kind of pull up just a few short videos about Minnesota? And then I thought you guys could talk a little bit about what you've been seeing there.
I'm excited to see the clips.
Well,
Yeah.
I would say, like you said, we try to be a safe place for both sides, so I don't want anybody to feel like they are not welcome. If you are respectful, we've got a place for you.
And I have the demeanor I have because the truth is I strive in every scenario and situation. I'm not looking at it, people will paint me into a box because that's what people do, especially on the left. And so, especially in this agitated time,
Mm-hmm.
they may not want to hear me, or we're picking at the during live streams we might be joking or having a little banter in the comments and in chat, but it is all in good faith. It's not malice. It's not that we hate. It's that we clearly see the disingenuousness of you guys don't. It's something else motivating you guys, and since we view it through that reality, and maybe not from someone who would come from the left, and they see it and they want to believe that everyone is genuine and that that they have the same fervor as they would have on the streets, and I don't believe that's the case. So
Right, and the different perspectives, of course, too, because a lot of people on the left seem to be following the mainstream narrative still, and not really noticing that it's not accurate, or not knowing better, you know.
and it's
So
cognitive
people,
dissonance as well,
yes,
where how
absolutely,
you view things is how you do
on
things.
both
And
sides at times, yeah.
And I appreciate Landon's willingness. A lot of people just, they hear a story and they think two boxes. It's either true or it's false. And Landon thinks about it like, what if they think it's true because it was laid out for them in a way, but it is in fact false, and even they don't know. You know what I mean? So like there's a third option that, suggests more manipulation, more sinister, but it's still there, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Can,
absolutely agreed.
can I for a minute?
And
I want to go back to what Indy
yeah,
was
go
saying.
ahead for just one second, though.
Yeah.
Inferno, it's good
Sorry.
to see you. And Dark, much love to you. Thanks for being here. All right, real quick, Rank. I'm really just focused on Landon and Tiff, so just a quick thought, and then we're going to pull up some videos here.
Well, I was going to say, well, you asked people, like, the question was, what invited you to YouTube? Why did you go to YouTube? And what had you follow? And who'd you meet? And how you got there? And to answer that brief, how I came into this crowd, I met a great group of people. and I didn't realize like there is such a good crowd, like a really, it's a rather large community that people care about. And then I noticed shitloads of them dying, and that's what I was going to say about the sad side of it.
Thank you, Lisa.
We had Ronnie York die. We had there was a few others.
Yeah, there's quite a few that we've lost
So
along the way from different communities.
it, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, I came across it by chance and just got hooked. Like, I was like,
Mhm.
this is a really good community with good people, and you've all got your heads in the right spot. Okay, that's it. Yeah,
Right. All right.
that's my
Thanks,
spiel.
Frank.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up a couple videos sort of back to back. They're pretty short. And I just want to make sure people have a chance to see, if you haven't been following, what's going on in Minnesota. This first one is by JD Delay, and I'll go ahead and let him speak for himself. Here we go.
Last night in Minneapolis, a bunch of people that were rioting and attacking ICE agents took things way too far. They broke into ICE agents' cars, they got into the trunk and broke open the safe and stole some federal law enforcement weapons. And then they got a hold of a bunch of very sensitive documents, which they then used to dox ICE agents and their families and their addresses and their phone numbers. And they did all of this on a live stream. And this is one of the women who was doing it, like literally reading off all of this stuff on a Midas Touch live stream. And she's booked. They've already identified her. And in fact, we have not only the video of her, we have the pictures of her, we have her entire address and her full government name, but we also have pictures of her protesting with Ilhan Omar just a couple days before. Whether you agree with the protesters or not, you have to understand these people went way too far. And now they're going to go to federal prison for a really, really long time. Not only was what they did hugely federally illegal, but the fact that they did it while on a live stream was basically snitching themselves out and giving any prosecutor all the evidence they could ever need to make sure that they bury these people in incarceration. Like, this is weapons grade stupidity, and I'm not sure how these people don't know better. But what do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments.
You know, that was a really good clip, Indy. And to me, that is showing, basically, I think one of the biggest things we're seeing here is, and I don't like to box people in, but in my opinion, we're seeing it a lot more on the left. The left is literally being gaslit into believing that they can do anything they want in the name of social justice.
Right, because they've gotten away with it for so long, especially as I've talked about here for years now in sanctuary cities. They're in sanctuary cities are all in blue states, and they have been many of them, especially right after 2020 or in 2020, became catch and release. With no bail. And so even when
Recidivism.
they were arrested, they were released right away. And I've noticed that too, Tiff, that I think that set the precedent where they really feel like there are not going to be consequences for them. And truthfully, I have, as I've said for a long time, I saw this coming and I think many of us did who've been following closely, because I think they were doing that by design, So for moments like this, how many years now has the mainstream been calling Trump Hitler? And then now all these people who don't, and I'm not a fan of Trump, but not for the Trump derangement syndrome mainstream narrative reasons, for my own reasons about what he's actually doing, or not doing. But nonetheless, there's people who are still in that mindset where they believe it. And then when they're seeing people being deported who are here illegally, they believe that it's like Hitler. They believe that it's the same kind of persecution. And you'll notice, and I'm sure you all here have, but on the left and in the mainstream, they don't differentiate between illegal immigrants and immigrants.
Right.
So a lot of people who come into your chats and a lot of the left-leaning streamers out there too, they're constantly talking about how the people on the right are racist. And I know a lot of us here are either in the middle or on the right. Some obviously are on the left as well. But we have, I don't know anybody here who's a racist. And I think that most of us, are, if anything, go towards that 90s mindset of being colorblind and, judging people like Martin Luther King said on the content of character rather than on skin color. And it seems like that is something that people on the left have been kind of, I really believe brainwashed is the right word. They've followed the narrative long enough for so long, you know, all these years now, that they really believe that the people on the right don't share those same values that they do about loving their neighbor. And it's really sad to see because it's not true.
Well,
Um,
and
really,
we're seeing
really quickly.
go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Tiff. Hang on to that thought for just a second. Untrackable, I see you backstage. If you would let me know in the private chat if I know you by a different name, or if there's someone else here that can vouch for you. Otherwise, if you want to come into the YouTube chat, we can check out your channel. And it's okay if you don't have content, but we need to get to know you before I can let you up on panel. We've had too many people come up and pour and bomb and do other things. So I hope you understand, and we'd love for you to join. I just need to know if we know you by another name, or else get to know you before you come and join us. Okay, go ahead, Tiff. Oh, I think you're muted.
Hold on. No, it's not muted. My brain reset.
Sorry.
No, you are fine. You told me to hold on to it. I was thinking about the word hold on to it.
We were talking about you know, people on the left maybe thinking that people on the right are racist or
yeah.
that we don't share the same values.
It's going back and forth. It's so frustrating to me now to see people on the left that are like, the files are coming for you. And it's like, bro, where have you been the last 5 years? We have been screaming about the files and nobody heard us. And then now all of a sudden y'all want to act like this is your soapbox? No.
Yes, yeah, I've noticed that too. And it's frustrating, but at the same time, I try, instead of just getting angry about that or not angry, but being frustrated and chat about that, I try to say, well, look, we have common ground. We all care about that. You know what I mean? Because we do need to try to find that common ground and reach
Right.
across the aisle, you know, and find the things that unite us.
Yeah.
And I think, like I said, I think you guys showing the truth and the boots on the ground, that's a big part of that. You know, even just today, there were a couple people who were there in Minnesota who were having kind of these same conversations where it was someone from the left and someone from the right, and they kind of had to hash it out. It started off really heated and they were angry and yelling. And then they ended up calming down, and the person from the left actually apologized and said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize what side you were on. And the person from the right said, but it doesn't matter about sides. That's the point. And then they had a whole conversation about that and kind of worked through it. And it was really great to see, because I think those two at least came to to finding a common ground and a mutual respect for each other. And
Absolutely.
I was glad
Just
to
like
be able to witness that over on your channel.
That redheaded guy that came with the Crusader guy, and he ended up he had a red beard. She had red hair, different shades of red, 50 shades of red up in here. Okay. And then remember, they were arguing, and then he ended up asking her out.
Yeah, actually.
That went well.
Oh, that's funny. I must have missed that, but that's hilarious.
It was Nick Sorter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Live. That is just funny.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another video here. And then we have just a couple more I'll play, and I'll give Bran like a minute in between to pull up the next video. But I do want to just have you guys think before I ask a little bit later, Landon and Tiff, if there's other specific channels that you guys want to shout out who are doing live streams, who are like boots on the ground. So if you guys think of a couple channels that you'd want to share, that would be great. All right, this next clip here is from Cross Examined with Michael Lofton. It's a new channel to me, but I found this and I thought it was a good kind of overview of some things that happened in Minnesota. So here we go.
Minneapolis is going wild right now with a riot after Jake Lang invited people to come join his protest. Take a look.
Minneapolis City Hall will be burning Qurans, standing up against the Somali invasion of Minneapolis, the immediate deportation of Ilhan Omar, and the arrest of the scammer Tim Walz. Come join us 1 p.m. here, Minneapolis.
Jay, you got us a good idea. All that shit talking.
Some are seeing him as a hero, others are seeing him as an instigator. But one thing is for sure, this is a perfect example of how divided the nation currently is.
All right, we've got one more different perspective about Jake Lang. We'll pull up here in just a second. But I'll give Bran a second to pull that video up. And thank you, JM, very much for the gifted membership. Appreciate your support in all the ways, JM. And thank you, Anti, for dropping links. I noticed you're doing that. If you could keep dropping for panel, that would be great, because I can't really go back and forth like I normally do, being on my phone. So thanks. Yeah, it is pretty scary. I know. And for those who might not be watching, it gets really intense. It definitely does. And, I'm glad that Landon and Tiff and others cover this so that we don't necessarily have to put ourselves in harm's way to keep an eye on what's happening. And I'm grateful for those streamers who do, even those who have totally different perspectives than me. It takes a lot to be out there on the front lines. Lady Smith, much love to you. Good to see you, and thanks for being here. Okay.
What's the compromise, Indy? What's your compromise? What's your compromise untrackable? Like, when is like, okay, I'll allow that if you give me this, right? Like, what's the compromise? You can have that if I can have this.
If you're talking about compromise as far as with people on the left, you mean what's the compromise?
Correct. Yeah, people you disagree with. What's the compromise?
I think the compromise is finding the common ground. I think it's finding the things that we have in common, that we all share, that we all want.
Yeah, what is that for you? Like, I agree in nice roads. You see what I'm saying? So, like, if you want to be a furry, fine. Don't be a furry on the roads. Sorry, like that's a.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, when it comes to breaking laws, I think, we don't need to compromise about that, because that's either they're breaking the law or they're not, that's for
some of this stuff in Minnesota is getting like, you guys are dancing in felonious activity that anybody would be like, that's a felony. You can't steal a gun.
But then,
you know what I mean?
Okay, but here we're actually talking about Jake Lang, and we'll talk a little bit more after this. I do want to hear from Landon and Tiff first, Growl, but then I'll open it up for everybody to kind of talk about what we're seeing in Minnesota. But let's go ahead and play this next clip, and this is also a different perspective about Jake Lang, who was in the last clip, and in this clip too. I do want to point out Jake is. For those who might not know, and I don't necessarily agree with the commentary in this video, but I did want to share the perspective. And Jake Lang was a J6 prisoner. He was someone who was arrested and imprisoned for a very long time, and went through a lot of abuse from the system while he was in prison as a J6 prisoner. And so I kind of want to share and make sure everybody's on the same page about that before we play this clip. But here we go.
This is Jake Lang in Minneapolis, Minnesota today. He went out to do his normal shtick where he pretends to be a Christian, pretends to care about this country. He's a paid provocateur, but he was also peacefully protesting. He didn't hurt anybody and he didn't break any laws. And he got violently assaulted repeatedly, had piss thrown on him in 7-degree weather, was pepper sprayed, was dragged into this crowd, brutally beaten. And then after all of that, he was stabbed. Now, I don't like Jake. I don't trust Jake. I know who Jake works for, and I think his methods are disgusting. But I still stand for his First Amendment right to be able to do the things that he's doing, just like I stand for the First Amendment right of these people to be able to do what they're doing. For him to be attacked for exercising his constitutional First Amendment right is absolute Nazi fascist behavior. But they didn't just attack him. They attacked this woman as well as many other people. Listen, you might not agree with the things that I believe, and I might disagree with the things that you believe, but at the end of the day, we are all Americans, and this country was founded upon our right to be able to speak our minds freely. For people who like to call everybody Nazis and fascists, they sure do like to use physical violence to shut down the speech of anybody who disagrees with them on anything. And what exactly would you call that? Let me know down in the comments.
All right. So Landon and Tiff, I want to go to you guys again for just a few more minutes, just focus on you two, and then I will open it up to everybody on panel and try to get highlighting some more comments from chat too. I do see what you're writing. Thank you, everybody. I liked how JD did kind of give different perspective on Jake, and then also said, it doesn't matter in a sense because he, and I also agree with this, believe in free speech, and so, it doesn't matter if you agree with what Jake was saying or his actions about burning the Quran, whether you agree with those tactics or not, he has the right to that freedom of speech just like anybody else. But what do you guys think about what you've seen in Minnesota in general? And what do you think are like the main kind of what do you think are the main like reasons people are out there that you're seeing?
So on a larger zoomed out view, I think the overall, they're trying to divide the country more. Unfortunately, as much as I might agree with some of Jake Lang's sentiment and I might relate to him, I think something's definitely up. I think the goal is to divide and conquer. At the end of the day, it's an old trick, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they need charged energy events like, unfortunately, the death of Renee Good sparked off X and then Y and now the church and now, Jake. It's all about pitting us against each other instead of focusing on who is pitting us against each other.
Absolutely.
And I know that may sound too simple and people don't like that, but that's where I'm at on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I do really think, oops, sorry. Yeah. I do really think that this is all about divide and conquer. And a lot of us who are watching closely and have been these past few years, I think we are in agreement that we're seeing that happen in so many ways. And, I think a lot of us have seen this coming. We've talked about it here on this channel for since Trump was reelected, that we saw this divide and conquer coming through, like I was saying, the perspective from the left of him being Hitler and knowing that the open border, the last administration was going to lead to all of these deportations, this administration. And, and then there's just the misinformation that's out there or the lack of knowledge that's out there, that we know that Obama deported more people at this point in his term than Trump has. And yet here, nobody was writing on the left about that or peacefully protesting either, for that matter. We all remember like the kids in cages during Trump's administration, but that was actually the precedent was set for that during Obama's administration. I mean, Trump's previous administration, Obama's administration. So yeah, Nana, it's good to see you back. But yeah, it's pretty interesting to see the divide and conquer and how effective it is, but also these moments of hope, along the way. But what are some other things, if you guys had anything else you wanted to say about what are these main topics that you're seeing or kind of things that are coming to the surface in Minnesota? I just didn't want to cut you off if there was more.
And I just, Indy, you're over the language, and I want to hear from unspecified. Like the language justifies the reaction, right? Like anybody's gonna fight off a bear. Like we all know what a threat is, and I want to hear like great line of questioning, Indy, but it's the they're kidnapping people, citizens are getting murdered. Yep, somebody got shot. You see that, but the way they present the material, I don't know if it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy one bit. I don't think it's treating like adults. Like, don't tell me. Don't sum up everything that's happening and they're kidnapping people. It's way more complex than that.
Well, go ahead, Landon. What do you guys think?
Manipulation happens when you focus on the effects and not the cause. And that might be one of the largest missteps of the left. And they have been played, and so has the right. But in this way, specifically with being loud, getting out there, boots on the ground, and being emotionally charged, and then they can manipulate that. That's kind of what I'm getting at. But as far as Minneapolis goes, I'll just say it like this. I 100% believe that there is an entity involved providing legal funding. I saw not this morning's live stream, but yesterday's live stream when they were showing up at 9 in the morning. They had big bags of Panera bread. Okay, like big bags of, and it's probably, I don't know what's all in there, but Panera bread food, somebody paid for that, and I'm not
The
gonna act like
the war's gonna be catered. It'll shut up. It's gonna be catered.
basically.
And in my opinion, it's another thing of, like if you really sat down somebody who's very upset about ICE, okay, and you said to them, all right, you as a white person, would you move to Panama, the country of Panama? Would you move there right now with no passport, no status, no paperwork at all? Would you move there and have the arrogance and, dare I say, the privilege of expecting to live your life free and make
peacefully
those people pay for you? Would you do that? And if the answer is no, then you're giving them, you know what I mean? You're living by a double standard. And if the answer is yes, then well, there you go. You're as privileged as you're complaining about.
Right. Yeah. Good perspective, Tiff. All right. Did you guys think of some channels that you wanted to shout out or that you like to follow who are like boots on the ground?
I do have some absolute my dudes. Okay, these are the real G's. And then also in that same vein with what I just said about something, being there's something there. And I'm not going to sit here and say Soros, whatever. I'm just going to say there is absolutely something there, and it's involved financially, and there's an agenda and a narrative, and some of these boots on the ground streamers are at the very least in communication with who, what, when, where. And I think some of you guys know who that is if you watch. But some of the guys that I go to, so somebody you absolutely need to know on your radar, and I don't know if that's what you mean by this, but that's how I'm gonna put it out there. The footage that we saw of the Kenosha kid, what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse, that amazing footage and on the ground actual combat chaos. I know it's not like Fallujah, right? But it's for America in the heart, in the heartland, or what I'm saying. BG on the move, BG on the ground.
Yep.
So he would be responsible for a ton of excellent footage, and this guy will go out.
Is he on YouTube or is he?
Is
Okay,
on
is he on the
YouTube.
ground? Great.
And here's the thing about it is, regardless of where BG sits on the issue, it doesn't matter to me. He provides excellent. I mean, if something starts happening, he has the eyes and the ears on the ground to know, what's really, really going on. And I don't think he's as connected as some other names as I would suspect. And I also don't think he's hardcore. He's we may not totally agree with him, but at the same time, he doesn't spend any time on his streams forcing anything that he believes down your throat.
I don't think you're right, dude. It's the secret society crap. I don't see Joe Rogan that way. You see what I'm saying? I think Joe Rogan's down for a long form interview anytime. Like, where do you get the dude? They're all headed to Davos. I heard everything you said. So what's different between those people who are down to have a conversation and the people who are like, oh, you won't understand, we all got to fly our private jets to some fucking middle of the mountains and chat about the state of the
Probably the
world?
agenda. Probably I'd say the agenda. But what do you think, Landon and Tiff?
I'm confused, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm.
No, it's. Sorry if you're confused about where I jumped in. I heard what you're saying, but it's like, when is it? What's the agenda? What is the Davos meeting for Minnesota? What's your end goal? Like, what? When all
I
the
think they were
dust
saying
settles, yeah.
I think they were saying divide and conquer.
I think
you guys
there's
kind of answered that.
stages. Like
Yeah.
there's a
Which-
2030 agenda. There's a one world government goal. There's, what I mean? Like there's checkpoints, I think, in my opinion.
And a big part of what's going on in Minneapolis from Davos's position, in my opinion, is, this is just a larger cut, but it's one of 1,000 cuts. This is a long game. And it doesn't have to happen on our timeline. This is a big, and there are those who want to see America fall, and this is a part of that, as
Right.
well as the financial. So they're coming at it from multiple ends. And it sounds hyperbolic and fear mongering, but we are under attack. And I don't mean that in a scary way.
Right.
I have my faith is in a higher power, not in any man.
Amen. Yeah.
I'm happy you said that. So it is.
And
Here, I'll check the private chat.
But some other streamers real quick.
Thank you. Yeah.
News to share that on YouTube. News, the letter 2 and the number 2, and share. His name is also Ford Fisher on X. I wouldn't necessarily totally agree with his views, but his coverage is impeccable, and I've got to give it to him. It's almost strange how he knows where to be, but I you can't knock the coverage. So if you want boots on the ground, and there may be a few up and comers that are new this round, and it seems like they're learning the ropes as far as boots on the ground streaming.
All right. Awesome. Thank you for sharing those. Okay. Landon and Tiff, we're going to kind of wrap up this, the interview, I guess you want to say, part of this, but I just wanted to see if there was anything else that you two wanted to share, to promote your channel, anything you have plans coming up, or that you want to talk about, in general, about Minnesota or streaming in general. Any final thoughts?
Well, I want to give all honor, and it's going to sound cheesy, but it is what it is. Look, all honor and glory to the Most High in Jesus' name. That is my source of everything, strength, anything. If something's happening, it's not because of me. Trust that. I'm sure it's obvious the more I open my mouth. I'm just a meatball here, and the Lord is guiding here, and I'm just showing up willing. And
this week is supposed to be kind of a heavy week as far as presence in Minneapolis goes. So we're going to be definitely watching this week ahead. But then coming up, we do anticipate, hopefully, Lord willing, that these will fizzle out. And then Landon has
a very exciting, sort of a fireside hangout kind of thing. Kind of like this, not as cool as this, but
we can go over things that have already happened, talk about them, break
analyze,
down confusion, talk about
zoom in. Yeah.
Great. Are you planning to do that open panel or
yes,
interview style? Or
it'll be somewhat. So some nights will be open panel. Some nights will be a hangout where it's just me and Tiff going over some interesting information we think that you should have or be on your radar, and then open debate, where we're really just looking to hear from the other side or an opposing view, and to peaceably have conversation to the best of our ability.
Or just different, for instance, the Insurrection Act, if you think, we can all be on the same side and have different viewpoints on that type deal. So I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, that agree to disagree, which is not happening nearly enough, and something we try to do here on this channel. And I'm glad that you guys are doing that as well, because the more the merrier. We need to have more good people out there trying to reach across the aisle and get people united, So love it. That's great. I'm excited to see how that goes and hopefully be a part of it. So very cool. Well, thank you so much, Landon and Tiff, and I hope you guys will stay up here for conversation. Before we kind of shift gears, maybe away from Minnesota, I did want to open it up to the rest of the panel. If there's anything Wingnut or Bran or Growl that you guys wanted to ask Landon and Tiff, or anything else you guys wanted to comment on about what's going on in Minnesota, that'd be great. And thank you to all of you participating in both the Rumble and the YouTube chats, too. All right. I'm not hearing anybody, so we're going to go ahead and pull up a video. It's kind of shifting gears here a little bit, but there is so much going on. We're just going to get into kind of some of the news, and I am going to start trying, I have like these long playlists of like possible videos to share, but I never know which way the conversation part of things is going to go. And so I am going to start putting in the description, both ahead of time and then afterwards I'll go back and kind of, correct it and add to it for what we'll be talking about. But so this next video has to do with election integrity. And this is a streamer that I've known for a very long time on here. And he is covering some things that have happened that we might not have had on our radar because of all of the focus on Minnesota. So here is Nick Moseder. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Moseder here, and I am extremely excited to share this with you guys. I have some breaking news that the Supreme Court just handed down a 7-2 decision that will shatter the deep state's election apparatus forever in a very big way. So today, in one of the most earth-shattering rulings in modern election history, 7 out of 2 justices have declared that candidates running for federal office now have ironclad automatic standing to sue and challenge potential fraud and irregularities in elections, which is a decision that will have nationwide impact and change the game forever. Now, right off the rip, I want to make sure it's clear, you guys know this, that this case was actually brought on behalf of the candidate Michael Bost by Judicial Watch Illinois, Tom Fitton's Judicial Watch. And so I want to make sure we give credit where credit is due, because this is actually the second video that I'm making today on the election integrity victories of Judicial Watch. This is an amazing group that deserves your support, your financial backing, whatever you can do to support Judicial Watch, please do it, because these are the people that are doing the actual work and making things actually happen. So this is a major victory, and Tom Fitton today, he shares his old post that he posted back in June when the Supreme Court decided to take this up, and says, breaking major Judicial Watch Supreme Court victory, SCOTUS rules 7-2 that candidates have inherent standing to sue in federal court over election rules. And again, this is my second video about Judicial Watch's election victories today. We just did a video earlier about the fact that they are getting the Secretary of State in Oregon to purge 800,000 inactive voters from their voter rolls, effectively making it extremely difficult for the riggers out in Oregon. Did I just coin that term? No, I think the riggers. Oh, we got to get that on a shirt or a hat or something. The riggers out in Oregon that want to do a little election fraud out there, it's going to be a lot harder for them because of Judicial Watch. Man, I hate riggers. I got to get my composure. Now, this 7-2 ruling comes from a case in Illinois, Bost versus Illinois State Board of Elections, where the candidate Michael Bost sued the State Board of Elections for counting ballots 14 days after Election Day. Now, this was a case that never got reviewed by the lower courts because they tossed it for lack of standing, saying that essentially you can't show injury in this case, so therefore you don't have the right to bring it. So we're tossing this for lack of standing. Now, the Supreme Court just ruled that, in fact, this candidate and every federal candidate nationwide does, in fact, have ironclad standing when it pertains to challenging elections, and this has nationwide implications. How many of you guys remember the number of court cases that were dismissed after the 2020 election, not based on the merits, not based on the evidence, but for lack of standing? They basically said that you failed to show that you're the injured party in this matter, and therefore we're dismissing this case before we ever even take a look at the evidence that you have. And we saw this time and time again. In the 2022 election cycle, they dismissed the case Lake and Fincham versus Arizona when Kari Lake and Mark Fincham, they ran for governor and secretary of state, and they brought a case against the Arizona election officials saying that the voting machines are vulnerable to fraud and hacking, and they violated their right to a free and fair election. Well, that case got dismissed before it was ever even before a judge because they said that they lacked standing. Well, this Supreme Court decision changes that forever nationwide. Now, I want to dive deeper in here and show you guys how this could change the landscape across the country and open up the floodgates for hundreds of lawsuits to be brought that were previously barred by lack of standing. And this could also impact at least a dozen states that have this grace period where they count ballots after Election Day. So we're going to dive right in. But first, be sure to smash the like button and subscribe. And if you want to save a ton of money at mypillow.com, go to mypillow.com/Nick. And right now, with my promo code Nick, you can get 50% off the premium My Pillows and the 6-piece My Towel set, 2 of the most popular items on the entire site. I absolutely love the towels. My kids love them. These are great products. If you don't have them, you are truly missing out. So use my promo code Nick and save a ton of money at mypillow.com. Now, let me drive my first point home that this is going to lead to a flurry of litigation. There's going to be hundreds of lawsuits in the next election cycle and every election cycle that follows, because now any federal candidate, basically for any reason, can file a pre-election lawsuit or a post-election lawsuit that can challenge voting procedures, election laws, mail-in ballot rules, the deadline by which they have to count the ballots after an election, all that stuff. They can challenge it, and now they have standing. That is absolutely going to lead to tons and tons of lawsuits from both sides in every election cycle from this point forward. And that was actually the argument by Justice Sotomayor and Jackson as to why they shouldn't rule in favor of the plaintiff. They basically said that this is going to disrupt the election process, this is going to delay the certification of elections, and therefore we should not give standing to federal candidates to challenge elections like this. That was their argument. But the other justices, the 7 that have a brain, decided that, hey, we had that situation, remember, in 2020 in Pennsylvania, where they were counting mail-in ballots like way after Election Day. Some were even postmarked after Election Day, and they still counted them. And that was blatantly unconstitutional. But what happened was the cases were dismissed for lack of standing, not based on the merits and not based on the lack of evidence. And we can't have problems like this recurring in elections. We had problems before because of the way that the legal system was set up, and we need to fix it. Because the way it's set up right now, let's say hypothetically that a Secretary of State in a state like Arizona were to write the elections procedural manual, which is basically the rule book for how elections are conducted. And in that procedures manual, there are clear violations of state law or federal law. Well, up until this point, if a candidate were to file a lawsuit preemptively before the election even is conducted, saying this is a violation of state law and this has to be changed before the election, or else it's going to lead to illegal ballots being counted. Well, the courts are going to say, well, because the election hasn't happened yet, there's been no injury, and therefore we're not going to take up this case because you don't have standing, because you failed to show how you were injured by election procedures which haven't played out yet in an actual election. And then what would happen is we would have the election, the fraud would take place, illegal ballots are counted, and the candidate would file a lawsuit after the fact, and it would get dismissed for something called laches, which basically means you can't file the lawsuit now because it's too late. You saw that the law was being broken before the election, and you waited until afterwards to file it. So this is barred for laches. And this is what's been happening every election cycle since I've started paying attention in 2020. They get dismissed for lack of standing if you file the lawsuit before the election, and they get dismissed for laches after the election. Well, not anymore because of the decision that was handed down by the Supreme Court today. And now the case is going to go back to the lower courts, and they're going to rule on the actual evidence and the actual merits of whether or not the state of Illinois can continue to count ballots 14 days after Election Day. Now, that brings me to my next point. After I read about the decision, I started to wonder if old cases that were dismissed for lack of standing could be revived now that we have the Supreme Court decision. And the answer is yes. There are a couple key examples of cases that were tossed that could be refiled or serve as models under the new Bost standard. For example, Bognet versus Bookvar in the 2020 Pennsylvania election, GOP congressional candidate Jim Bognet sued over the state's extension of mail-in ballot deadlines, claiming it violated federal election day laws and diluted votes. It was dismissed by lower courts for lack of standing. Harms were deemed too speculative. A candidate could refile a similar pre-election challenge to PA's rules, arguing their personal stake as a candidate, and this now gives them standing, potentially forcing a ruling on the merits. There's also Lake v. Hobbs, 2022 in Arizona. Failed GOP, well, I wouldn't call her failed. We know what happened there. But Grok is being woke here. Her and Mark Fincham challenged the electronic voting machines as fraud-prone and unfair. The district court dismissed for lack of standing, affirmed by the Ninth Circuit in 2023, and SCOTUS denied cert in 2024. Lake or similar candidates could refile targeting AZ's voting systems using Bo's candidate standing rule to get past dismissal and litigate reliability claims. So that's two of many examples of cases that could be revived from the grave using Boast as the standard and citing that Supreme Court decision. And finally, to conclude this video, I want to bring your attention to something that relates to this case, but it's actually part of a different case that the Supreme Court is getting ready to weigh in on here very soon and will be very, very relevant. So we know that Michael Boast in Illinois is challenging the grace period of counting ballots after Election Day, and that's going to be litigated in Illinois. But there's actually a much, much bigger case where the RNC is bringing a case before the Supreme Court, which challenges whether or not states can legally allow mail-in absentee ballots that are postmarked by Election Day to be received and counted days after the actual Election Day. Because there's at least 12 states where the state allows ballots to be counted after Election Day, but there's actually a federal statute, U.S. Code 7 and 3, U.S. Code 1, and the argument is that it doesn't matter if ballots are postmarked before Election Day. You can't keep receiving them and counting them after the Election Day because it's clear there is a federal statute that says there is a single Election Day and all ballots must be counted by that day. So the Supreme Court's actually going to review this case. Oral arguments are set to be heard in March of this year, with a decision likely made by the summer in time to affect the 2026 midterm elections. So this could have massive impact on at least 12 states that count ballots after Election Day, and this could reverse that. So big things are happening, and I want to bring you guys all of this news. This stuff excites me greatly. So I hope you enjoyed this video. This is massively encouraging. The seeds that were planted by the election integrity groups, the activists, the people that filed these lawsuits after the 2020 election, the 2022 election, these seeds are finally growing and bearing fruit years later because of a persistence, an integrity, an inability to just let the law be broken and just let it go and not fight. These people have been fighting all along, and now we're seeing these decisions being made right before one of the most important election cycles in American history. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is amazing. And if you love stories like this as well, and you want to show your support to the channel, all you have to do is click that like button and subscribe.
All right. So I know that was a little bit of a lot of information, a little bit of a lot of information just thrown out there all at once. But, you know, I do think it's important to be celebrating the victories along the way. And to me, that is a huge victory for those of us who've been, you know, kind of following from 2020 or before. You know, I think it's been a long time coming to see changes like this. And so it's pretty big news moving forward. And it is interesting to think about what could happen looking back even at the 2020 elections and the other, you know, midterm and previous elections to see how this might affect it. But, you know, it also ties in with Tina Peters. You know, I was thinking about her case, and there's some things happening with that. I know a lot of you have been following Tina Peters. And, you know, she might not be in the situation she's in if this had been the law back then, you know, because if they had moved forward, a lot of the cases where fraud was allegedly, that's for YouTube purposes, shown, you know, they were all being dismissed because of lack of standing, like Nick was talking about. And if that was part of her rush to make sure that data got saved and, you know, what she got in trouble for was because she didn't want the data to be saved or manipulated in the machines before they actually got a case, before they went to trial. But a lot of the things that would be using that data in her state and in others were being dismissed because of lack of standing. So this would have solved that problem before it had even happened, you know? Anyway, I know that's a lot of info, but I just, like I said, wanted to share some celebrations. And I liked what you said, Brand, about it being nostalgic. I don't think there was a My Pillow. Was there a My Pillow ad in there? There might have been, but God bless Mike Lindell. I know that might be some people that don't agree with that, but I think he is a good man who's really trying to do the best, and sells a lot of products that are great. I love my My Pillows and my My Pillow towels. Just have to say. All right, Landon, Tiff, Wingnut, Growl, any thoughts about anything from that video that you want to talk about or address?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I have thoughts.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Landon?
Well, just from a zoomed out perspective, and I know I sound like a dingleberry, but it's almost like and I'm not super familiar with all the court proceedings and all that, but it just seems like lawsuits are becoming a normal part of the process.
Right.
And
Isn't
I
it, Lisa?
worry
It's
about
tough.
public optics, in the future, what people will think. I'm not
Yeah.
making a very concise point. I apologize.
No, I understand what you're saying. I agree. I mean, I think we're seeing that lawfare, they call it, right, where it's becoming much more common. And I don't like that it's moving that direction either. I feel like that's by design. I'm for smaller government. I'm really more of a libertarian than anything else if I had to pick a category. But I think that the smaller the government, the better. Our Constitution is supposed to be, making sure that we have our God-given rights, and I think our God-given rights are first and foremost. And the more laws that we have, it's almost like the more control we're giving, because we're then saying, well, these aren't rights that are given to us by God that we have automatically. There's parameters around them, and we have to define them, and then they get shifted inevitably over time. And so I don't like that it's all going to the courts to make these decisions either, because I think so much of it seems common sense. But unfortunately, I think that's the way our system has, in one way, it's been corrupted. But yeah, it's
More
a good point.
foliage, just in the way,
Yeah. Yep. Agreed.
Every single one of our rights, like 1 through 10, basically every single one of them are being infringed upon in one way or another. You know what I mean? It's like, these are supposed to be inalienable rights given to us by the Creator, and these are the rules that the government must obey. But they
Right.
step on them and they wipe their butt with them every day.
Right. And they're supposed to be our representatives and public servants, and they're treated and have made themselves be treated through a lot of manipulation with the mainstream media. We all know about the Smith-Mundt Act being, changed and all of that under Obama. And anyway, but yeah, to make it out that they are somehow to be elites or be revered, and that's not what the position is at all. It's not
It
how
creates a class system.
Right.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And that's definitely what the
Right.
founders were trying to eliminate. You know what I mean? They didn't want that in any way.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Right. Exactly, JM. The fox took over the hen house. Yeah, that's definitely what it feels like, doesn't it? I mean, and it has
Mm.
a while now, especially I think since COVID, that's been more apparent than ever.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, Mater, I don't know what for, so you're good. No worries. Whatever it is, you're fine. Yeah. Okay. Lady Smith says loss of value in process due to now commonplace. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Right. It just has become much more common to have all of this lawfare going on. Brand says governments, it turns out, tend to adhere to a rather piratey, more like guidelines anyway philosophy.
Mm.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
And oh, it's crazy. You guys, I'm going to touch on this hopefully more next week. It just came onto my radar and I didn't have time to gather enough information to really cover it well. But in Washington State, our government is trying to make it so that government, instead of sheriffs being elected, sheriffs would be government appointed, non-elected positions, which is insane.
It's also
um,
unconstitutional.
completely unconstitutional.
The
And I
sheriff
hope
is the
that it would go.
constitutional authority.
Absolutely. And we have in Pierce County, which is, for anybody who knows Washington, that's where Tacoma is included in Pierce County. It's one of the bigger districts outside of King County, which is where Seattle is. In Pierce County, there's an awesome sheriff. I don't agree with everything that he says or does either, but he is a constitutional sheriff, and he is opposing it and getting all sorts of crap for it. And he's been very outspoken here in the last couple of weeks, which is how it came onto my radar. The mainstream's not covering it at all, and the only places that they are covering it, they're kind of leaving it out. It's like a lot of times happens probably on both sides. They're wrapping a lot of things into this bill they're trying to get passed. So it's not just about them being appointed. They've wrapped it into also they need to be sheriffs need to be a certain age. They need to have spent 2 years, I think it is, in law enforcement previously. And none of those have been standards in the past. But that's what the mainstream, if they're covering this at all, they're covering it from that perspective. And so people who are uninformed don't realize that they're actually trying to do something completely unconstitutional that absolutely undermines the rights of we the people. It's a huge issue. And if you don't understand what sheriffs do and that they are the ultimate law in the state, they can also have the right to deputize people. So they really have a huge role. And if you're not aware, it is something to look into, because I guarantee you, if they're trying to do that here, we'll see it in Oregon, we'll see it in California, we'll probably see it in Hawaii, because they're all in an alliance, and in a lot of the sanctuary states. So,
I think any of these people that are trying to pass try to get any of these bills that are antithetical to the Constitution need to be charged and convicted of treason and thrown in prison. That's what I think, and that will stop this crap. We shouldn't have to fight the very government that is supposed to be protecting us.
I agree with you, but that's the problem. They're not going to hold themselves accountable, and they have control, especially in states like ours. And part of that, tying back in with Nick Moseder and what he shared, part of that is the lack of integrity in elections. Washington and Oregon have had mail-in, and I think Colorado have had mail-in ballots way longer than anywhere else, and they're the most far gone, along with California, because we have right now, we cannot vote in person. You can drop off your ballot in person at a drop box or at some centers where they take it, but you don't actually vote in person. Everybody gets a mail-in ballot. You can bring your mail-in ballot to vote and drop it off. That's it. And it marks on the outside whether you're Republican or Democrat. So, think that one through, how that could be manipulated easily. And then on top of that, they finally have admitted, which we've known, most of us here have known for years, but they finally admitted it, that it's on the honor system. If you are an illegal resident here in Washington state, you can get a driver's license. And when you get a driver's license, you are automatically registered to vote. So it's an honor system whether illegal immigrants are voting here in a sanctuary state and in a sanctuary city. So, it's very much skewed, and our elections are not counted. And just to throw this out there, think about that. Those of you who might think from time to time, who cares if the West Coast falls off into the ocean or New York or whatever, because people say, well, you guys look what you voted for, but we don't know what we've actually voted for here in Washington, California, Oregon, Colorado, probably New York, probably all the sanctuary cities for a very long time, because our votes are not secure. All right, I'll get off that soapbox for a second, but go ahead, Landon. What were you going to say?
Well, and it's Wingnut and I had a conversation, I think last night on Steve's show, and I just wanted to tie a point in about what we were just saying about lawfare and how this is a very subtle way, especially in that district. You're talking about the West Coast and all that. I'm just kind of encompassing it, not all, but the very far edge over there where we're seeing all these, what you were talking about, the language and when you go to vote, the way that they word things, and there's just so much manipulation. It's just, even if you are voting,
Absolutely. Mater, I saw your comment here. This is not a Trump bashing or anything bashing channel. We're definitely not a drama channel here. I don't want that vibe, but we do have people here with all different perspectives. I am not a Trump fan, but I also don't agree with a lot of the reasons people don't like Trump. I think a lot of the reasons come from the mainstream media, which is propaganda for the most part. So I have my own reasons I don't support him, which I'm going to get into here in a minute, actually, talking about AI and what's going on with AI and data and surveillance and everything. But yeah, I don't think we want to be bashing anyone or anything, but I do want us to be able to have, come from different perspectives and agree to disagree and learn from each other. So speak freely.
It's not about red versus blue. It's about state versus you.
That's
right. Well put, JM. We try to be as objective as possible. Yes. Glad you see that, Mater. And no harm, no foul. Right. Yeah, exactly, Ladysmith. Business as usual. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I hope not forever, Eric. It does feel that way. I'm not going to lie. He says the Pacific Northwest, along with California, unfortunately, is lost forever. And I hope not forever. But I definitely think we're behind enemy lines over here. And I don't mean that as like a left versus right. I just mean we are behind enemy lines by the powers that should not be, who, I tend to kind of label as the globalists, but there's an agenda that is very much being pushed, and we're further along on the West Coast for sure than many states. Thankfully. I mean, for those who are in other states.
All hope is not lost,
Right. That sounded like a quote from Lord of the Rings.
No. You shall not pass.
Right. Yeah. Right. There are over 60,000 laws and regulations. The system itself was never meant to be understood. Well, yeah, and I mean, it's continual. That's part of what I was saying earlier. John, I think that we have these rights that are given to all people, not just even here in our country. All humans have God-given rights, and the governments, as far as I can tell, have mostly worked along the way to go to take those rights away from the people in all countries at some level. So yeah, it
At
gets
least
more and more
surround them with as
complicated.
much red tape as possible.
Right, exactly. Yeah, right, Jerry. Jerry knows. Yeah. It is for some people, Roger. It depends on the size of the labyrinth, I think. Right.
Respect the authority.
Yeah. Right. I'm just catching up here in chat. Okay. All right, we're going to kind of shift gears here again. And I know this is kind of a little different tonight. I do have a lot of videos I'm sharing, but we're getting into some of these all kind of tie together, and they're all shorter videos. That was one of the longer ones that I played there by Nick Moseder. But this is a Fox News clip that Snooks had shared with me, and thank you, Snooks, for sending it to me. It has to do with Palantir, and then there's a lot that AI and all of the tech side of things kind of ties together. So I have a few videos that we'll pull up as quickly as possible and share those, and then talk kind of about how they all are coming along. But Bran, if you can pull up that Fox News clip, thank you. There we go. Bran's on it. Here we go.
The Trump administration is now bringing in big tech in its fight against waste, fraud, and abuse. Agencies are exploring a multitude of ways to use AI to build up measures to prevent bad actors from accessing your tax dollars. And one of the key players in that effort is Palantir Technologies. And joining me now is Chief Technology Officer Sham Sankar. Sham, thank you for coming on the program. I want to get right to this. The SBA is using Palantir to help fight fraud. Can you explain how you're helping?
Yeah, we're helping agencies like SBA pull together data that they have from the eligibility recipients to actually look for patterns of fraud, quickly go from novel patterns of fraud and scale that out across the whole country. So how do you go from detecting bad patterns in Minnesota and find it across all 50 states and 14 jurisdictions as quickly as possible? It acts like an Iron Man suit for your analysts. It gives them superpowers to go not only find the fraud, but then figure out how to prevent the fraud from happening going forward.
Sean, I'm also hearing a lot in Washington about this looming energy crisis because of artificial intelligence, but also concerns about people being pushed out of jobs. This is Elon Musk earlier this month with his take on it.
The white-collar labor will be the first choice to go. Even with AI at its current state, I'd say you're pretty close to being able to replace half of all jobs.
That sounds kind of doom and gloom, but there are experts who say, no, we're going to grow jobs. What's your take?
I think we're going to grow jobs. We're at the beginning of a huge prosperous boom for America that really represents the golden age. AI is an asymmetric advantage for us. The way to use AI is to give the American worker superpowers, to make the American worker more productive than any other worker anywhere in the world. Maybe there are going to be job losses, but they should all be in China. And I think we should remember with technology, it's always a tools-driven revolution. It was Galileo who used the telescope to discover planetary motion. We're listening too much to the inventors of AI. I know that's appealing. They're geniuses. They're smart. We need to be listening to the frontline factory workers who are using AI saying, wow, I was able to add a third shift. I was able to hire more workers. Or the ICU nurse who says, I have more time to spend with my patients. I'm able to ensure they don't code during a shift change now.
I think that's a great point, and we'll get those people on. Sham, I want to end with this, ask you about AI regulation for kids. I was able to talk to folks in Michigan earlier this week. This is what they said about regulating it for kids.
Everything should be regulated when it comes to kids. I would be a big proponent of regulating AI. It's hard to say, what the lasting effects will be.
I do think AI is terrifying because we have a hard time distinguishing what's real and what's not. But when it comes to kids, I definitely think it should be regulated.
I think it's a little too early for the younger kids, but it's a great tool and an asset for business.
Sham, do you have kids?
I do.
And what do you think?
I think we need to protect our kids here. There's a fork in the road with AI. Are we going to use AI to make America great, to drive our prosperity, to encourage human flourishing? Or are we going to use it to build AI slop and AI slot, essentially dopamine addictions to our phones? This is a complete deadweight loss to society over here. On the former end, this is what's going to power American innovation. This is how we make the 21st century another American century.
Hey, Sham, we so appreciate you coming on, and we're going to have you back on over and over again because someone has to walk us through how we deal with artificial intelligence moving forward. We really appreciate it. Hey, everyone.
Okay, so a few things that stood out to me in that. First of all, there's so much that this administration is doing with tech that really worries me. We've talked about that a lot here, but if you don't know about Palantir, look into who they are. I know there's also some things moving forward where Trump is considering BlackRock. The leader of BlackRock is like part of I don't remember the title, but becoming one of the leaders of the Federal Reserve. And that to me is really disturbing as well. So I think that tech is a huge thing we need to be focused on moving forward. And there's a lot that could be distracting us from that right now. I do have a playlist that's called Prison Planet Incoming. I add a lot of these links. If you want to check it out, you can go to my playlists on my channel. There's some other playlists there too. I'm always adding to them. But there were a couple things there. She brought up of course, safety and security of children. And, we've seen a lot of us have paid attention to what's going on in the UK. They're now requiring digital ID because their excuses for making sure that children aren't allowed onto social media. And that's one of the big ways that they are pushing digital ID and the need for it. But a lot of times, I think most of us know that when they're pushing safety and security, it is not actually for our safety and security. It's really to take control. But what do you guys think about that? And well, actually, but one other thing I wanted to point out about that too is at the end, she said to whoever that guy was, she was like, well, we're definitely going to have you back because we need to have someone walking us through it. And I thought, isn't that what the mainstream does? They always say, well, we need somebody to tell us what to think. And she just kind of put it right out there. So something to be aware of when you're watching any kind of coverage, whether it's here or mainstream or other YouTube channels. We try to cover a wide variety of perspectives because we have to kind of take it all with a grain of salt, right? And like balance out what's true and what isn't. But what are you guys' thoughts about Palantir and all of this moving forward, or just about, kind of the tech in general that's moving forward?
AI target selection is the stupidest thing we'll ever do in our lives.
I just wanted to explain real quick for those who don't know what Palantir Technologies is or does. It's basically a software company that specializes in data integration and analytics, helping specifically government agencies and businesses
Right, and change.
analyzed large amounts of data from various sources. Its main product is Palantir Gotham. I mean, they put it.
So
Right.
realistic question, unspecified. Love that. How do you feel about Kalashi partnering with CNN? Do you know what Kalashi is?
Yeah, I'm vaguely. I haven't researched it specifically,
No,
but I'm
you'll love
aware
this.
of the word.
So, how do you feel about tokenizing things,
I
everything?
mean, you're just it's what's coming. They've been
It is
they
what's
worked on
coming.
your generation,
A huge
our
issue.
generation with Nintendo. Okay,
Everything's
and then
tokenized. Yep.
my kids' generation, it's basically all of their friends are on games. Okay, so the
Right. They've
gamification of
preparing for that.
everything
Yes.
is happening.
Like
So
Roblox and all of the games, right? I'm not a gamer, and I already know about tokenization through that. And as soon as I started hearing about tokenization in our economy in general, it definitely seems like that was all propaganda in a way, or programming in a way to get people to accept it.
and I'll shut up after this because you guys are going where I'm going anyways. Indy, but that NFTs, cryptocurrency, it's tokenization. That's the
Yes.
model. That's the model, right? Like,
right. And
it
and a
doesn't
lot of
matter what the
people,
wrapper is, but that's what it is underneath. It's
right.
tokenization of everything. Everything's an asset. Your
Well, and
car
that
is
ties
an asset.
in because, too, because AI, from what I'm hearing, a lot of people who have been big supporters of Bitcoin are now saying that it's not as secure as it used to be because of AI. AI will probably make it hackable. So it seems like even even Bitcoin might have been, in a way, a type of propaganda or programming to have people be more accepting of this idea of having something separate from the government. But now they're trying to look into other cryptocurrencies that are still run run by others, not independently done, so, or on the blockchain, the same way.
Unspecified note, CBDC. It sounds like CBGT, like the country bluegrass. Nope, we're central bank digital
Definitely not the
currency.
same thing.
CBDC. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But
Yeah, Eugene, you pointed out something else I meant to say about that clip. He says, nope, they are not growing jobs with AI. And I thought that was a fine piece of propaganda right there, too, because of course they're going to say that. And even she said it's kind of for the short term. And yeah, there might be some different jobs that are created, but in the long term, it's definitely, I mean, everything is pointing to
Indy,
AI
I'm going to cut it,
reducing jobs.
but
Yeah, that
different
guy.
jobs, and I'll keep it short and unspecified. So, okay, so if this is a thing, how does humanity progress, right? Like, it's not like there are no jobs, you know what I mean? Yeah, some jobs may be dinosaurs at this point. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not bad for the nail gun to replace the hammer. But I am with you guys. Like, we can't replace the
Right.
hammer so fast. You have to
Yeah,
respect
but the
the
hammer is not going to
tradition.
end up reducing job. The hammer was a tool to make jobs more efficient, whereas
Exact. So,
AI would
Indy,
be
we
replacing jobs.
can't replace why we built the nail gun. We built it to make people's lives easier. We didn't build it to build houses faster. We built it for the dude who has to hammer in 100 nails, right? That's
For his
honestly why we
convenience.
built it.
But who
Yeah.
would have been stronger in a handshake? The man who swung a hammer all day, or the man who?
Damn straight.
And it's
But dude,
all
what's
about what do you
better, like
value.
a combine or picking every individual stalk of corn? And I'm with you. I am so with you. You know what I mean? But what is better? What's more meaningful?
So the
What's
way I see
more
it, the
important?
combine, industrialization revolutions, financial revolution, this is all someone else's game.
Industrialization. Just start. Yeah,
And there is
industrialization.
an end goal, and it is totalitarian control of every aspect. It doesn't really have anything to do with when. Let's say it like this: when you say how does humankind progress, you
I'm
need to
so with
question
you. I'm so
in
with you.
Hold
Keep
on, Grant.
what
Let him finish.
direction, whose progress is it? Is it humans' progress,
That's the
or is it
question.
control
That's the
progress?
question.
Okay, well, he didn't get to. Nobody got to hear it because you interrupted again. Growl. Let him finish his thought. Say that again, Landon. Is it human progress?
Is it us progressing, or is it control of us progressing? That's
Right.
what I mean. The
Absolutely.
combine, the house is improving, the nail gun, the dollar, the CBDC, it's all actually connected.
And if I may rewind just a little bit, going back to we can't replace every job. UBI has entered the chat, which is
Exactly.
more control. So like if you don't meet this box, and this box, oops, you don't get UBI. Oops, you know what I mean? It's the mark
Right.
before the mark. It's
Absolutely.
Conditioning.
right, exactly.
Where that comes
See
into
that
play with
being
the social credit card score
yes,
too.
that's what I
Right.
was just going to say. Absolutely. Like we see in China, and I think most of us here are pretty aware of this, but for anybody who doesn't know, look into that, the social credit system in China, because I really think that's the blueprint for what the globalists want to do throughout the world. It's part of their global control structure, and that's what they're entering in. And that's why this
And,
does, it all ties together.
and
Tate
the
says,
car-
now those accursed data center, there's a nightmare waiting to happen. And this ties right in too. And we shared this here, but the data centers are totally, they're horrible for the surrounding environment, and they're building thousands of them throughout the country. They're huge. I mean, massive structures. There's one they're building that's the size of New York Island. And I mean, it's one huge like warehouse basically that is that size. But it not only is taking a ton of electricity, which I don't understand how they're even going to support all of these, but it also takes so much water to cool them that it will lower the water table in areas. So people who are on wells and such are going to not have access to their water because the water table will literally be lowered in those areas.
and I'll
Um,
add something to that if you want,
yeah,
if you
go ahead.
mind.
Yep,
When it comes down to
absolutely.
the water scenario, for instance, all right, there's a lot of carcinogens and types of stuff that is not supposed to be. It's not really good for the humans to drink. All right, once it goes through those data centers, those things are amplified when it comes back out. All right, when they dump that back into the river or whatever, I mean, it's a circulating system. And then on top of that, I'll even say this too: Elon built a data center, and the way he's powering it, and because the grid won't supply enough, he built a whole bunch of methane type power plants, which also is against the law in that area, and all the type of carcinogens and stuff that go up into the air because of it, and all this other stuff. I mean, they're
Wingnut. You know how we get rid
Right.
of ice in Colorado? We cover it in they call it brine now. We all know it's magnesium chloride. We all know it's like saline as shit. You think there's any salt water in Colorado? Hell no, dude. This is where fresh water comes from. You see what I'm saying? Like they F up the ecosystem and then they blame it on all of us. Well, you wanted this. Well, who the hell told people they had to go to a job every morning on ice? You know what I mean? Like it
Absolutely.
really is like who begot, Abel begot Abe. It's like that portion of the Bible where like the begot's like, well, it all became shit because like
And I'll throw some more stuff on this stuff when it comes down to the digital ID and the digital currency and stuff like that. Digital currency now, not only is it
Agree with that, John.
tracking everything that you purchase and all this other stuff and all that other stuff, it's also programmable. All right. And when I say programmable, like for instance, they're trying to eliminate us from saving money. All right. Like once you get paid or something like that, if you don't use that money in a lot of time, it's just gone. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, let's just say, like I do say some stuff out here on the social networks and stuff out here on YouTube and stuff. Let's just say they don't like what I say. One click of the mouse, my bank account's shut down. They did that up there for the trucker protest in Canada. They'll do it here if they put it
Right.
in play here.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So I mean, this is the whole thing too, and the digital ID and all that stuff is encompassed when it comes down to it. It holds all your medical records, your criminal history, your financial history. Everything is all inside that. You know what I mean? And then they want to put it in your skin. They don't want to just have you have like a card in your wallet. They want to actually put it in your skin through
Right.
microneedles and hydrogel and all this other stuff,
Right.
man.
Trump even alluded to that, I think, I mean, and maybe in a slip in a sense when he talked about 6G. He said 6G, and then he was talking with all the tech heads of the tech, and he was like, "What do you want to look inside our skin now, or look underneath our skin now?"
Right.
Did you guys
Yeah.
see
And
that?
beware to
little bit
everybody
deeper.
out there. Beware to
Mhm.
everybody out there. When 6G, because it's already developed, and when they roll it out, the way they're going to market it, like they did 5G, was like you can download movies at a rapid lightning speed. The way they're going to market
For your
6G,
convenience.
yeah, well, they're going to market it. They're going to offer you holograms, and people will just buy into this stuff. That's how they're going to market this stuff. You know what I mean? And everything beyond for 6, 7, I think they got almost 10G already in China. You know what I mean? So, I
Yeah.
mean, this stuff is already developed.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Well, and look at their population is no, don't be sorry. That's great. Yeah, I'm glad I know you're so informed about all this, Wingna, and I appreciate you sharing what you know. Yeah, and then also as far as China, look at their population. It's declined what the real population in China is, or it's declined quite a bit in the last few years. So, if they already are at 10G, kind of take that into consideration. What has led to their population decline? I mean, we know the one.
They're upside down like Japan, and I think
Yep.
another couple countries are upside down population.
Almost
more
all
old
countries.
people.
Almost
Yep.
all countries are upside down right now. It's a
Yeah,
huge
that's
issue.
scary. That's
By
so
design.
scary, Indy. There's nothing to replace us. Yep.
And then you
Well,
got to understand.
look at the
Yeah,
tech. They're
go ahead.
gathering everybody's DNA, the human genome project. They've been doing that for years. They've kind of softly are rolling out like the cloning that's happening, even bringing back extinct animals like the dire wolf and the woolly
Yep.
mammoth they've talked about, which if they're
I-
showing us that, they're already way ahead in that.
With CRISPR technology and all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And don't
Right. The
forget,
same CRISPR technology that was in the jabs. So
Yep.
take that into consideration. What were you going to say, Landon?
a certain set of celestially aligned stones with a specific set of key,
Right. Oh, just saying the Georgia Guidestones. Yeah.
Georgia Guidestones that were destroyed conveniently right before we got kicking off with this golden era that we're in. Yeah, it's very convenient. The number one thing on the list is what we're talking about right now.
Right.
Even more dumbed down, what drives a rich asshole to stack stones in a field aligned with the cosmos? Like, you prick. What the hell are you doing? Like, maintain a population under 500. What gives you the right? Like,
It's
okay,
essentially a pillar of
if you
intent.
quarried the stone.
Yeah, exactly. But then you also think about the technology that's getting involved when it comes down to the nanotech and stuff like that. That will be kicked in and also remotely controlled by a Wi-Fi once it's in your system. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, a lot of what we're talking about, it kind of is covered. It all merges together, these different topics when it comes to tech, because there's so much that is being influenced by it now and the advances in it. So I'm going to go ahead and play another. Like I said, most of these videos are short. We're going to do a few of them kind of as close together as possible. And then we'll keep talking. Here we go.
Nothing feels real anymore with AI. Just take a look at this video. I mean, how do you even know that the movies you're watching on TV or the TV shows itself aren't AI generated? There's this new technology coming out, and I believe it's free. Imagine, this is free. What do the people in Hollywood and the government have? This person recreated the cast of Stranger Things, and this looks even better than it does on the TV shows. This is insane. And it starts to get a little weird. Obviously, the more deeper you go on X, people are starting to recreate just generating women, I think. They're just making these women, and everyone's thinking the same thing. They're probably going to create OFs, and make money when it's really just a guy doing all of these motions, and there's hundreds of these videos online. And you can go a step further. I mean, this isn't as weird, but on TikTok Shop, you see people selling stuff live day in and day out. But what people don't realize is a lot of these videos are really just AI generated, and they're live streaming a screen. I mean, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this when it's just one person running a bot farm. We have ChatGPT and all of these new technologies coming out every single day for free. Just imagine what they have.
Right. So, I mean, I think that part of the reason I wanted to share that is because, we have to also be careful as we're looking at all this information about what is true and what is real. Because at the same time, we're trying to process through all these things that are changing and all these things that are happening. We're also having to consider what is actually legitimate and true, and what are we being fed that's totally made up and lies.
I've been seeing a lot of these AI generated women, as they say. There's like, a lot of it is like a less than 30-second snippet, and it's like, oh, I'm a 42-year-old woman and I'm lonely. Will you like and subscribe to me? And that's about all it says, and it's like over and over, different over and over again, same exact cadence and same exact lines, everything.
Right.
It's all AI, and it's amazing how many people are in the comment section falling for this stuff. They're like, "Oh, you're so beautiful," you know what I mean? It's just,
Well, and then you have to consider, though, are those even real people that are commenting on it, or is it literally
Another
AI
it's another bot
bots
farm.
It could be.
You guys have all
very well
seen the
be.
footage. We've shared some of it here where it's AI talking to AI. I saw this really funny one that this guy, I don't have it and we don't need to watch it, but you get the idea. We've all seen these videos, I think. But it was this guy who was like, oh my God, like there was nobody even in the room to start the conversation. And his Alexa was speaking to his laptop.
Yep.
And he kind of, it was funny because I think he legitimately was freaked out, and their whole conversation was this gibberish, like cyclical conversation with them talking about how great it was that as AI they were part of what's happening in the world and how the world is changing, and that they had this role to play, and they were like trying to throw jokes in there at the same time and be very human, but they're two AIs talking with each other. And I thought about it and I was like, that's probably what's happening in YouTube chats a lot of the time, or in comments on videos. It's like,
This is
AI
super
commenting on AI.
Indy, this is super. Have you guys ever heard the
Right.
prank phone call? It's super mean. I just want to get ahead of it. It's very mean. Never do this. But have you ever heard the prank phone call of a dude who called a Chinese restaurant and then called another Chinese restaurant and merged the calls?
Oh, I did see that. Yeah, I did. It was pretty
Like,
funny.
what you want? I want fried rice. No, you come here. You're calling it like it just devolved into
Yeah,
insanity.
I did see
I'll
that.
I'll
And
give
I
you
mean
another.
that's entropy for
I'll
like
give you another
what's going
example
on. That's
also.
chaos theory. That's
Yeah,
like
go for it,
anything
Wing.
yeah.
Well, I'll give you another example. These scammers, these scammers that go out there and they try to scam money out of you and stuff like that, posing that they're like, trying to renew your washing machine warranty or whatever. All right. Well, now they've got new scams where they use your contacts and voices and pictures of your family and your contacts and trying to get you to send money saying that, oh, I'm your, I'm posing as your, a grandmother's grandson saying that I'm in jail. I need you to send me a bunch of money. They're using that now. This is the newest scams that are going around.
Well,
That's
and
All
how
right.
not new.
far are
That's
we
not
from
new. My
when
grandma.
how far are we from when they can start using voices? Because everybody is online, you know what I mean? Like anybody
That's what I'm
who's like
saying.
us. Oh,
Yeah.
they're
I
using
mean,
Indy, you
voices
cut
there
me off,
already. Oh,
but
sorry.
Wingnut, I
Yeah.
have to. My grandma fell for that when I went to Kansas State in 2012. Somebody called my grandma and said, "Growl's been pulled over by the cops. You got to pay $500 in bail right now." She called my dad, his mom, and said, "Oh my God, your son's in jail?" And my dad was like, "Go back to bed." Holy shit. this is bad. Dude, that was 2012. It's so bad now,
Yeah.
Wingnut. I just wanted to update you, bro. Like,
Well, no, I'm
dude,
saying it's just
that scam was pulled after I was in high school, bro. It's
right.
worse than
But
that.
no, I'm
Yeah.
saying that they're actually using our voices. Like, for instance, they will
Right.
take our voices, like right now, they'll take a sample of our
It's
voices
worse
now on
than
the
your
screen
your
and using
grandsons
the
and
AI to, to pose as me calling my mom, for instance. All right. And my mom would not know the difference unless she actually calls my number or whatever, or talks to me in person. She wouldn't know because it would be my voice. And if I was doing like like a video chat, they would be using my face if they got my face on and from somewhere. And so they would be posing as me personally.
So
You know?
how close are you with your family? It was
That's
funny.
a good
My
point. I
brother
told all
texted
my
me
family about
something, and I
this.
was like, my mom would never say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my mom texted me, and she laughed. She was like, my dad took my mom's phone and said, "Oh yeah, come on over when you want, boys, and bring your bongs." You know what I mean? And I texted back. I was like, "Who is this?" My mom would never say that. How good
Well, I'll
do
tell you
you
this
know
too.
and trust that if
Yeah.
these scams are getting so unrecognizable from reality, this is the Turing test.
Yeah.
The Turing test is passed when you interact with the computer and you don't know it's a computer. How
Right.
good are you, Wingnut? And that's what I'm saying. Sharpen your blade, dude. Like,
Well, no, I'm saying
quit.
like my mom's 74 years old. All right. She almost got scammed by that same basic deal. It was a friend of hers, and evidently the scammers got into her friend's contacts, and that's how they got my mom's phone number. All right.
It
And
is.
they
I'm
tried
here
to
to
they
protect
tried to
your
play it off
mom and
like it
my
was her
mom.
friend.
That's it. It's just like it's what they told us, Wingnut. My mom was like, if it sounds too good to be true, it usually is likely not right. Like, dude, it's that old like this is bullshit, Deb. And she's like,
But
really? I'm like, it's bullshit, Deb. Do not give them a
yeah.
signal.
But like I said, when it comes down to like, oh, your grandson's, like posing as their grandson and saying, oh, it's a sense of urgency. You got to pay this
They're gonna
now. I
toy
got to
with
get
your
out now.
emotions.
You
They're
know what I
gonna
mean? And
take
yeah,
they're gonna
exactly.
take advantage of your emotions, dude. They
Exactly.
are. Yep.
And that's a
All right,
really
we're going to
big
go ahead
deal.
and pull up another clip here. This one is from CBS News. And like I said, there's just a few clips here. They're pretty short, like that last one. They just kind of all tie together. So I want to, kind of tie them in before we shift gears in conversation. But this one, let me get to where I am. Here we go. All right. This one has to do, again, it's kind of connected in a way. It has to do with tech. And this ties in with some things going on in Venezuela. But this has to do, I think, but it has to do with some weaponry that is tied in with the Havana syndrome. And I think they cover what Havana syndrome is here in this, but it does tie in with some things that possibly were used in Venezuela. And we're going to go ahead and play those two clips kind of back to back. But here we go.
Sources tell CBS News the U.S. quietly purchased a device in late 2024 that may be connected to the mysterious condition known as Havana syndrome. We're told the U.S. government is now testing that portable backpack-sized device that emits pulsed radio frequency energy. More than 1,500 American officials have reported symptoms, including severe headaches, nausea, and ringing in the ears since 2016. There have been multiple investigations into the origins of Havana syndrome, but nothing conclusive has been released so far. CBS News reporter Olivia Gazis joins us now. Olivia, what exactly is it that the U.S. obtained and how?
Sure. Well, three sources who've been briefed on this highly secretive acquisition, Lindsay, tell CBS News that the device was purchased by a unit inside the Department of Homeland Security using Pentagon funding upwards of 8 figures, which means multiple millions of dollars. It is relatively small, as you said, and according to what we know, it was a transaction that one person described as Russia connected. It's got Russian components inside of it, and it's Russia connected. That doesn't mean that we bought it from the Kremlin. More likely, it means a black market, an arms dealer, not an official state-to-state transaction. The testing of this device, which, as you mentioned, was bought in 2024 in the final weeks of the Biden administration, has been going on for at least a year, and we're told that congressional oversight committees have been briefed on what these investigators have found. Now, why does this matter? For victims, it's evidence that, one, a device exists, and it may be capable of producing those kinds of really troubling neurological effects that they've been experiencing. That said, we do not know that it's been conclusively proven that this device causes these cases or is linked to any specific case. But there is a broader question about proliferation here. If the U.S. was able to acquire one of these devices, it raises the possibility that other potentially hostile countries may be able to get their hands on one too, if they haven't already, which poses real risks to U.S. officials overseas.
What has the intelligence community been trying to do to understand Havana syndrome?
As you mentioned, U.S. intelligence agencies have spent years investigating what's behind this illness, which has affected diplomats, intelligence officers, military personnel all around the world, including some very high-profile cases. If you'll recall, reports of incidents here in Washington, D.C. involving senior U.S. officials. The CIA director's former chief of staff was targeted in India while traveling overseas. And for many of these victims, Russia has long been the prime and, in their view, obvious suspect. But the intelligence assessments released here, there was a major one in 2023 and 2025, concluded it was very unlikely that a foreign adversary was responsible for these incidents. There was a subtle but notable shift in 2025 about how two intelligence agencies assessed the possibility that a device could be involved. That hasn't stopped victims today from feeling incredibly incensed that the U.S. government had this device in late 2024 and yet upheld that judgment in 2025. We do know that right now the Director of National Intelligence has a team taking another look at what the intelligence community concluded, but that review hasn't been given to Congress or released publicly yet.
Olivia Gazis, thank you for your reporting and for joining the Daily Report.
Okay, so that video ties right in with this next one, I think, about a similar alleged energy weapon that was used in Venezuela. And I've seen some of the footage of this. In this video, they talk about, well, you'll hear the effects they talk about, but the video that I saw, it didn't actually make people freeze or fall down right away. What I first saw, it showed them, and I don't know if it was true or not, because like we just said, it's hard to know, but it showed them actually scattering. Like if you saw any of the protests, for example, like in Minnesota, those crowds that are right there, all of a sudden it was like the parting of the seas. Everybody just scrambled and ran, and then they all were like really confused looking and sort of meandered back over. So I don't know if that was like the first steps of this tech being used, but this channel, AI Telly, gives a good overview of what happened in Venezuela.
Did the U.S. military deploy a secret sonic weapon during the raid in Venezuela? According to witnesses on the ground, the operation began with an unexplained radar blackout, followed massive drone swarm and the sounds of helicopters. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, the small U.S. Special Forces team faced less resistance. Why? Reports indicate soldiers suffered from vertigo, vomiting, and internal bleeding. Military analysts believe this was a soft kill operation, likely utilizing a high-power microwave device. More detail all in the video ahead. Based on witness testimony, here is how the event likely occurred. Venezuelan soldiers were on standard guard duty when their radar systems suddenly shut down without warning. Immediately after the blackout, a massive drone swarm appeared over the facility, followed by 8 helicopters equipped with unidentified technology. A 20-man team of Delta and Special Forces operatives deployed from the helicopters. The encounter took a mysterious turn when the defending force of 100 soldiers reportedly froze, leaving them unable to compete with a smaller elite team. Witnesses noted that the Delta Force operatives fired with impossible precision, estimating a rate of fire near 300 rounds per minute per soldier. It is theorized that Black Hawk helicopters were used to deploy this capability, utilizing disc-shaped radar attachments to launch a directed beam at the opposing troops. They reported internal trauma. They suffered immediate vestibular incapacitation, meaning a total loss of balance and paralysis. Some even reported bleeding from the nose and vomiting blood, symptoms consistent with internal hemorrhaging. While the Pentagon hasn't officially disclosed the specific hardware, military experts often call this a soft kill system. So how does it actually work? To understand the weapon, you first have to look at what it did. The most likely candidate for a weapon that creates that kind of internal pressure without external sound is a high-power microwave device. It relies on something called the fray effect. The weapon, probably carried by a Chinook or a Black Hawk helicopter, fires a focused beam of pulsed microwave energy, not sound waves, that passes right through the skull. These beams are absorbed by the water in the brain tissue and the fluid in the inner ear. This energy causes a minuscule rapid heating of the tissue, less than 1 degree Celsius. But that tiny sudden expansion generates a pressure wave inside the skull. The consequence? The target hears a sound, clicks, buzzing, or a roar that originates inside their own head, bypassing the eardrums entirely. If the frequency is tuned to the resonance of the inner ear, it violently disrupts the body's balance, causing immediate vertigo. At higher power levels, that rapid tissue expansion can rupture capillaries, leading to the reported nosebleeds and internal trauma. There is another possibility, a weaponized infrasonic pulse emitter. Instead of a continuous beam, this device would fire high-intensity slugs of low-frequency air pressure below 20 Hz. These waves travel through the body and match the resonant frequency of internal organs like the stomach or lungs. High-intensity infrasound can actually cause cavitation, the formation of bubbles in bodily fluids. When those bubbles collapse, they create tiny shock waves that damage tissue. The target feels an intense vibration in their gut, leading to severe nausea and effectively paralyzing them with pain and sickness. Tactically, the reports suggest U.S. forces use this technology as the ultimate force multiplier. The result was that the hundreds of Venezuelan guards mentioned in the reports weren't fought in a traditional gun battle. They were incapacitated, sick, dizzy, and bleeding, long before U.S. troops made contact. This allowed a small team of approximately 20 operators to walk virtually unopposed through a much larger force. But that's not it. The U.S. military has another secret weapon. Analysts called it the Iron Dome of the Caribbean. They said the airspace over Venezuela was impenetrable, locked down by the Russian-made S-300 anti-system, a beast capable of swatting aircraft out of the sky from 150 miles away. But in the dark night, the myth of invincibility didn't just crack, it evaporated. The opening salvo didn't come from pilots, but from physics. The U.S. Gerald R. Ford, stationed off the coast, unleashed a barrage of electronic warfare so dense it didn't just jam the Venezuelan radar screens, it burned them white. The S-300 operators at Captain Manuel Rios Air Base were blind before they ever saw the missiles coming. The first kinetic strikes were surgical from a destroyer. 2 Tomahawk cruise missiles slammed into the S-300VM radar arrays. In an instant, the eyes of the Venezuelan defense network were turned into twisted, red-hot scrap metal. Precision-guided bombs walked down the flight line. One by one, the Su-30s and the aging X-16s parked beside them were engulfed in fireballs. 7 jets were erased before their pilots could even reach the ladders. It wasn't a dogfight, it was an execution. But the final blow was psychological. At 4:20, the roar of jet engines shook the windows of downtown Caracas. The target was Fort Tuna, the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense and the nerve center of the regime's military command. The strikes didn't level the city, they decapitated the leadership's ability to communicate. As smoke billowed from the ministry buildings, the message was clear to every commander on the ground: you are alone. You are alone and that no help is coming. But all of this is just a deception. The main target is none other than the president. We finally have the declassified timeline of how U.S. forces breached the heart of Caracas and extracted Nicolas Maduro. Let's start with step 1. The setup. This didn't happen overnight. For months, the U.S. had been tightening a naval quarantine around Venezuela. The U.S. Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group and the U.S. Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group were parked off the coast. The pretext was clear. The U.S. designated the Venezuelan government a narco-terrorist state, specifically targeting the drugs lords. But while the Navy squeezed the coast, intelligence assets were tracking one man. They waited for a specific window, a moment where Maduro was stationary and vulnerable. Step 2, the strike. It began at exactly 2 in the morning Venezuelan Standard Time. High above, several F-35 stealth fighters punch a hole through the enemy lines, destabilizing their anti-air defenses. Like these Russian S-300 missiles located all over the strategic high-value target. With the skies clear, the path opens for Delta Force helicopters to fly straight towards the mission. Here comes the deception as the helicopters flew. The jets started firing with more strikes as it hit Fort Tuna, the main military base and command center, and La Carlota Air Base, destabilizing Venezuelan air support. Reports from the ground describe widespread explosions and a sudden communications blackout. The chaos wasn't the goal, it was the cover. But how did the raid happen? We have to look at step 3. Under the cover of darkness and chaos, the Tier 1 operators went to work. But what is the exact unit tasked with the mission? It is the Delta Force, one of the most elite secretive special forces units in the US military. Witnesses in Caracas reported low-flying aircraft skimming the rooftops, flying well below radar coverage. The team breached a secure compound believed to be a safe house within the massive Fort Tuna complex. Resistance from the Venezuelan Presidential Guard was swift but ultimately futile, as the helicopters lay cover fire. The operators moved with surgical speed, landing on multiple points. But how exactly the capture and extraction happened? For this, let's look at step 4. Specialized helicopters hovered over the objective to insert the assault team. While dozens of attack helicopters laid down suppression fire, the Delta Special Forces descended and started the search for the high-value targets. How did they find him? Simple. The CIA had planted spy inside Nicolas Maduro's close circle. While back in the US, Delta Force built an exact replica of his safe house, rehearsing the raid until they could do it blindfolded. While operators breached the room so fast, his security could not even react to the situation as the sound of flash grenades disoriented the security guard. Using blowtorch, they caught him before he could even lock all the doors. Maduro's shock and awe froze him as Delta Force breached the compound. Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were physically secured. This wasn't a negotiation. They were detained and immediately moved to the extraction point. These aircraft are capable of performing urban extractions from buildings and refueling in midair. We make original 4K 3D animation with a small team of animators, so please support us by subscribing and dropping.
All right. A lot of good information there. I thought a good overview of what that technology allegedly looks like. We don't know for sure what's really happening unless you're there, or, even if you're watching live streamers maybe that are there, but it's hard to know, even that footage I saw. But it is terrifying. I saw a lot of people making that comment, and I agree. I think it's absolutely terrifying.
Indy, terrifying in the way that's what they're capable of. They just
And
tilted
more,
their
probably.
hand. They
Right.
were just like, we can kidnap the president of another country in 30 minutes. That's what's nuts. And right, you all know, like my family of like military contractor is like,
Right.
hell yeah, they do crazy stuff. Like
They get what
Yep.
they want.
in the well, so Wingnut, real question. Are you Indy, real question. All the full panel. Knowing we had the capability, are you mad that we didn't show it till now? You know what I mean? This shit ain't new. We could have done that yesterday.
No, I'm not mad about any of it. I mean, I think obviously they're not always going to show the latest tech when it comes to weaponry and military purposes
But
and
to stop
applications.
a moral wrong, right? Knowing that we could have prevented something, is it our position to do it?
Well, I think we absolutely have used all of this before. And are you resentful that you're just now hearing about it? If you are, you know what I'm saying?
Good point. Good point. Go on that.
And it is scary though. It is scary because I guess now we're at a point where we don't need to hide it, and it's more beneficial if we go ahead and broadcast. We've got some black magic.
Well, really,
ability,
right. And what it makes me wonder is what they have in other countries that we're trying to intimidate them into backing down from using. Because
Indy, but are we not the threat? We have the most
I don't know.
scariest
Are we?
stuff. What if you're
And who's
on the
we though,
team
Grau? I
that?
mean, is we
Well,
the
yeah,
people?
but think of it.
No,
We
hold
just
on, Grau. Is
kidnapped.
we the people, or is it the government? And I don't think our government's working for us, we the people.
There you
So
go.
when we say we, it's not you and
I'm
I
with
that are
you.
using this. It's our government, and I think they're in alignment with most other governments, if not all
I
other
see where
governments.
you're going. Hell yeah. Did we build all of this for ourselves? And Indy, you're right. We didn't. We built other people's shit.
Right. Algo, I haven't heard from you since you've been back up. Do you have any thoughts on all of this tech and AI and data centers? And it's a lot all at once.
How's it going? Thanks. Earlier,
Yeah.
when you guys were talking about the deep fakes and the phone calls and stuff like that, yeah, it's a thing, and we have to be smart. And it's nice when you can help your older family members, but within the system, the dead internet's a real thing, based on what you were talking about with the AI and bots talking to bots and bots posting, and all of it's dead. You're not going to get anything really good unless you're in a one-on-one conversation with people like this, I think.
Right.
So any of that information out there or any posts that people make, take it with a grain of salt, because you don't know if it's a real human. And the comments that piss people off, it's all by design. So, I mean, just keep that in mind. But as far as the technology, we're an arms manufacturing country. That's the only thing we make anymore. And all of the arms dealers, we're that, and a financial company, I should say. Company, I mean, that's accurate, but country. Every single one of those pieces of technology, I guarantee you Russia has. Most of
Right.
the NATO nations have it. They have 5 of them where we've got 50.
So algo is an economy, is a GDP based on defense.
Of course, and GDP is irrelevant nowadays. That's not even a good marker for a country's
But
productivity.
you see what I'm saying? Is it how many bombs we have run with it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way. And 20% of the GDP is probably financial, and 40% of it's probably arms manufacturing, and the rest of us is the
sales.
service economy that we live within.
And debt.
Yeah, and debt is, I think, goes to the financial sector, because they
Right.
financialized everything. You can pay Taco Bell over time now. You don't have to have $8 to order Taco Bell. You can go on DoorDash. You can finance your Taco Bell. So that's a really disturbing place for a nation to be in my opinion, which is
Yeah.
also why you see $94 silver today.
Both are the fact that you can DoorDash Taco Bell and the fact that Lockheed Martin can build a supersonic bomb. Both are terrifying.
Well, they are, and I think that's for me, when I look at all this stuff in the aggregate, the only rational thing I can do is try to live analog and know that that's what matters to me. I think the protests
Right.
are super interesting, and I think it's great unspecified what you're doing, because people don't have time to go do it for themselves, and you provide a great service with that. And I know that's how Indy got into this, and I know you learned like a ton of stuff by finding places that did that. So I think that's a really good service. But for me, where I live, I look at it, I don't know, probably, if I had to guess, probably 850 miles from there. And I'm about 20 miles from downtown Denver, which it could happen there. It's good to know what's going on. I think it's unfortunate that the people who are watching and who are seeing this are all polarized by it when it doesn't affect their own life yet.
Because I mean, eventually if it continues on, it gets spread, and
Well,
next thing
we
you know,
know
it'll be
you're
in
on
the
it.
small
And
towns.
I promise. Last thing, Algo. We know the point. Like I'm the libertarian that enjoys isolationism, and I realize that's not a way to live your life. Eventually, it'll become. Eventually, unspecified is not. Eventually, it's going to come to your door, and you're going to have to deal with it. It doesn't
Lord
matter
willing,
how
it won't.
much.
Yeah.
Or it won't, right? And ain't that the roll of the dice, right? Like, yeah, hell yeah, I'd like to come up all spades.
Well, I think the point you're making, I agree with Algo. It's like, we can't be living in fear. We talk about that a lot. And I think there's a huge difference though between being informed and living in fear. I think
Yep.
because of being informed during COVID and all of that, I made choices that I'm really glad I made, especially when it came to getting the jab or not, And I look at this all the same way. It's not coming from a place of fear. It's that I want to be informed to make the best decisions that I can for me and my family,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, and that's why I said it's a great service unspecified that you're doing. I just hope
Absolutely.
people can keep it into that place where they don't let their emotions get ahead of them. Because if you're in the present moment, generally speaking, everything's fine. And that scary government tech, when I saw that video the other day, and then I watched it again here with you. Thank you. But when I
Mhm.
watched that, he's like, sources say and allegedly, and so it's presented as that's what happened, but we don't know that's what happened.
Right. Absolutely.
And even if they have that tech, if we get to a civil war / revolution place, then I got a problem with it, right?
Right. Yeah, I doubt full anti.
No,
Maybe a
of course
few.
not. Yeah, no. They're gonna bunker in and wait for us to get nuked. I mean,
And
Yeah.
they're not bringing civilians into Cheyenne Mountain.
well, yeah, and I've said this for so many years now. I just don't think most people understand how bad it really is until they start seeing those robots going down the street killing people and the drones are circling our heads. And then
Right.
by then
But
it's
I
already
think there
too
are a
late, you
lot
know.
I think and I hope there are a lot more people that are paying attention. I think really it just comes down to what do we do about it? That's the confusing part. And we talk about that, we try to get outside the system, try to vote with our dollars, remove ourselves from the tech as much as we can, do not consent to digital ID and real ID and all of these things as much as you can. You got to make those decisions for yourself. But I think we're all going to get to a point, and some of us have gotten there at different points at different times, but where there's a line in the sand for each of us, and maybe there's going to be several lines in the sand along the way, where I hope and I pray that we know what decision to make in that moment. And for those of us that come from a faith perspective, I think that our discernment and the Holy Spirit is going to let us know a lot of times in the moment what it is we need to do, what decision we need to make. I know for myself, when it came to making a decision about getting the job or keeping my job, totally changing the the trajectory for my family, it was truly a non-decision. I knew enough about it. I was informed enough to say, and I had discernment enough to say, no way, I'm not getting it. And thankfully, my husband supported me in that. And we have been able barely to make ends meet and make things work out, but it was a huge shift for where we were headed and where we ended up at because of that decision. But at the same time, like I said, I felt very confident, and I still feel very confident in that decision. It was something like a decision that made me. And I pray that I'll have that kind of discernment on that level whenever I hit those line in the sand moments, or that I'll even recognize that it is a line in the sand moment and a decision needs to be made like that.
But even then it's like there's a lot of stuff that's out of our control. Like did
Absolutely.
any of us vote for freaking flock cameras and stuff like that
No.
being posted all over the damn country? You know
Right.
what I mean? And that's just part of
Absolutely.
the Internet of Things. That's another part of the digital surveillance system. And none of us had any say in it. But that's just,
Yeah.
it's like, there's a lot of stuff that's out of our control that's being forced onto us. And now it's becoming normal. You see them all over the place, and, you pass them, you don't even think twice about them now. You see them,
Right.
unless you really understand what's going on or
I
whatever.
say I do, but I
you know.
don't know that most people do. Really quickly, I want to read this comment, and thank you so much, John, for the super chat. He says, I see people who cry without tears, and there's certain people that pop into my mind immediately when you say that, John. I see people who are not responding normally to the situation. I see information that just doesn't add up. I see the mental illusions presented as reality. Yeah.
Mm.
Well said, John, and I agree. I see it too. I think, and I hope most people here do.
Yeah, and I would say, Indy, to your Holy Spirit connection discernment piece, I don't think that goes away unless you sever that connection.
Right. No, I agree. It's served me well throughout my life. We talked about this a little bit last week, but with that Jim Brewer video that we watched, and where he shared, one example where these different pieces of the greater picture fit together, and that's one way that I see the Holy Spirit at work and God's hand at work in people's lives. And I've definitely seen that in my own life, and that's part of where my faith comes from. And we can talk about whether the the different kinds of religion and the different names for God, and if it's creator or God or Yahweh or what, just the different titles we can use, or
on that, Indy,
hold on, Val, or all these other different parts of it that come together. But we can go back and forth on. But I really feel like at the core of it, my faith is based on my own experiences directly with God, and I hope that those of you, all of you, have your own experiences like that directly with God, so that it doesn't matter if the Bible's been edited or which translation I'm using or what denomination I consider myself a part of or not a part of, any organized religion or whatever. I know my relationship with God, and I know God personally, and I hope that each of you have a personal relationship or form a personal relationship with him yourself, or with it yourself. But what were you going to say, Grau?
I'm glad you cut me off. I can't see you or
I
Algo.
muted you because you interrupted me. It's not me cutting you off.
No.
Go ahead.
You're right. It wasn't. I can't see you or Algo martyring yourself for your faith. Like, just that may be selfish, but I hear what you're saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it may be selfish. Like, don't
I hope that's not my future,
like
but I would
don't
consider that
martyr
an honor. If
yourself,
you look at
because
the
we're
look
all here
right.
with you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm totally with you. Like, we disagree on some of the fringe shit, but we agree on so much of the commonality stuff that I'm like, don't put yourself in that, like, oh,
If that's my
I'm
fate,
such an
that's my fate.
outlier. I'm such an
I
outlier. You guys are none of you are outliers. You know what I mean? Like,
Amen, Jerry.
no, none specified. Dude, I love being out. Dude, I love the weirdest music ever. You know what I mean? And that's my be an outlier, but you're not an island. There's a tool set.
No, and that's
You're
part
not
of
an
what
island. You're not
right.
alone. You know what I
Right.
mean?
And that's part of what I love about this community and all these different, different networks that have come together here, and, all these different communities I'm a part of here on YouTube. And, I feel like that you guys in so many ways have helped me not feel alone. And a lot of you know my story. I'm not going to go into it too much, but super quick version is, for me, I always had a huge like more than most support system of family and friends. I had a big extended family that was close, a lot of cousins and aunts and uncles and brothers. And, I had a lot of friends growing up from my school and through my church. And I just was blessed throughout my life with people that I thought were my ride or dies. You know what I mean? And that all
And you
shifted for me.
replaced it with a bunch of people who you thought were your ride or die. Exactly. Like, we're all moral people. Like, I love
Well,
you.
no,
Sorry.
I didn't replace. I think that I came
You
to,
added to, yeah.
well, let me say what I'm saying, Growl. No, I didn't add to. A lot of those people, I ended up either they severed ties with me or I severed ties with them. And so it changed a lot of things for me really quickly. And I know for a lot of you, you went through the same type of thing, or you're still close with people, but you're not as close as you used to be because you can't have these conversations with them. And that's how I am with a lot of people I am still close with. I don't necessarily talk about these things with them anymore because they've made it clear they don't want to hear it, and they don't have an open mind. And part of it for me is I live in a very liberal area. So a lot of my family and friends are very much the people who are following the mainstream. They're the ones who, we're all about Black Lives Matter and George Floyd and following, changing their box on their profile to black and then changing it to the Ukrainian flag. And, they're now, I'm sure, supporting Venezuela and Ukraine still and all, what I mean? It's just, I came from that. And so having all of you here, it does let me know that I'm not alone. And I hope that all of you here know you're not alone either, because we're here in this together. So it's part of what this has been for me over the last few years. All right. Any other thoughts before we kind of, it's sort of a video that ties in. I think it's the last video we'll probably play tonight. It has to do with digital ID and for social media. And this does include Washington State. It's a woman who moved out of Washington. She escaped Washington State, like many of my like-minded friends have done in the last few years too. And her channel is Conservative Ladies, and she's talking about digital ID for social media, which we've seen happening, like I said earlier, in the UK and other countries, but is very much being starting to be pushed here. And she's going to talk about that. So we'll go ahead and pull up this video, and then we'll kind of talk about it and do some final thoughts before we head backstage to hang out tonight. All right, here we go.
Today, we're back in Washington State. This is probably the 6th bill they've got for the 2026 legislative session that says it's about protecting kids online. But what it really is it's a de facto digital ID that will apply to every user. Let's dig into the details. Hey everyone, I'm Julie Barrett and I'm the founder of Conservative Ladies of America. Welcome back to another bill of the day. We are back in Washington State today. If you've been watching the channel for the last few months, you know that we have really been researching and digging into these online safety policies that claim to protect children and empower parents when what they actually do is they create a de facto digital ID that applies to every person that uses the platform, the AI chatbot, or tries to access adult content online. These bills have passed in probably half of the states across the country. Congress is considering an onslaught of these kinds of bills. In fact, today in the Senate, there was a committee hearing about protecting kids online from many of the online dangers. And of course, the only way that we can do that is with government mandates. Well, here at Conservative Ladies of America, we don't like government mandates. We don't like digital ID, and we really want to empower parents to do their job of protecting children, which I get it. It's not easy in this digital age, but we've got to find a way to do it. However, I'm pretty certain that considering how much Republicans and Democrats alike support these policies, we're not going to be able to do it, but maybe we could slow it down. So let's dig in today to Washington State Senate Bill 6111. This is called the Protecting Children Online Act, and I'm pretty sure that's the same title of Washington's House Bill 2112, which is similar but different. Senate Bill 6111 focuses specifically on social media platforms where users can make profiles and post content and interact with other users. This bill says that platforms must ask for the user's age, make commercially reasonable efforts to verify that age, limit data collection for minors, and reduce the exposure of minors to inappropriate content. Now, that sounds reasonable, but there's a big catch, and a lot of people miss this. You cannot enforce policies like this unless you get the ID of every user on the platform. So even though the bill says it's about kids, the mechanism here is universal age verification. And this is the same structure that we've been talking about with Washington's House Bill 2112, which I'm going to have linked in the description of this video, because if you're in Washington, House Bill 2112 has a public hearing tomorrow, January 16th at 8 a.m. So you can go and register your position of opposition until 7 a.m. Friday, January 16th. I encourage you to go do that. It'll only take you 30 seconds. Let's talk about the hidden mechanism in these bills for universal age verification. In order for platforms to comply with Senate Bill 6111, they will have to verify minors, verify adults, verify parents, and verify the parent-child relationship. There's no way around this for these platforms. And because the bill never defines what commercially reasonable age verification means, platforms will choose the strictest, most liability-proof option. We're talking about government ID uploads, third-party identity verification vendors, facial analysis age estimation, device-level age signals, and linking parent to child accounts. Again, this is the exact same pattern that we are seeing in policies across the country, and this is exactly what we're seeing in Washington's House Bill 2112. This is part of a huge national push, and I've really been down in the rabbit hole trying to find who are the lobbyist groups and organizations, the big tech that is behind these big age verification bills. One of them will be testifying on Washington's House Bill 2112. They are from the Age Verification Providers Association, AVPA. They're a global organization, and they have been working to get this kind of legislation passed in the UK and Australia and lots of other countries and across the United States of America. These are not bills that your legislators are drafting up themselves. These are copy-paste versions that we're seeing all across the country that come as a model policy from some of these big organizations, these well-funded lobbyist groups. One of the things that has really become clear to me is the data privacy issues with these bills. There are some massive gaps in these bills, and it should be extremely concerning to everyone who's going to be impacted by these bills, which apparently is going to be all of us in America. Senate Bill 6111 includes no meaningful data security requirements. None. There are no encryption standards, no storage requirements, no vendor security rules, no breach notification requirements, no limits on how long this data can be kept, no deletion requirements when a minor turns 17 or 18 years old, and no penalties for negligent data security. Just last spring, there was a huge data breach of like 184 million accounts that impacted Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and major identity verification vendors. So Senate Bill 6111 forces platforms to collect more sensitive data, but provides zero guardrails for protecting it. This is a huge data collection mandate. I want to talk just briefly about how Senate Bill 6111 compares to 2112, because these bills are both being pushed in the 2026 legislative session in Washington state, and they're both moving through the legislative process. So citizens in Washington should be aware. House Bill 2112 requires age verification to access harmful to minors content. It applies to all websites, not just social media. It forces adults to verify their identity. It is the broadest style digital ID bill that we have seen in Washington state so far. So compared to that, Senate Bill 6111 applies only to social media platforms. It requires age verification for account creation. It also requires parental consent for minors and forces platforms to distinguish minors from adults. This policy cannot function without universal age verification. While these are different pathways, they have the same destination. And both of these bills could pass and would, as you can see, impact users differently. So if you were accessing content that was considered harmful to minors, you would have to provide your age verification data. If you are trying to create a social media profile on Facebook or Instagram, something like that, you would also have to provide age verification data through a government issued ID or some kind of other form of age verification data that is acceptable to whomever the provider is. Now, here's the important thing to know with these bills. Once this door is cracked open, it doesn't just stay limited to content that's harmful to minors or social media accounts for minors. This is going to grow and spread through future legislation, and it's going to expand into other issues. Potentially, it could become a default model for accessing the internet altogether. And this is a pattern that we are seeing not just here in America, but you've heard about it in the UK, and you probably heard about it in Australia and New Zealand. This is coming to Washington state. It has already been passed in Texas. In fact, House Bill 2112 is identical to the law passed in Texas. So don't think that if you are in a red state, you are safe from this. Red states have actually been leading the way on these policies. Senate Bill 6111, like all of these other bills, is being sold as a way to protect children online. Kids will find their way around it. This is truly a universal age verification policy. It expands data collection and it has no guardrails for protecting the private data of the citizens of Washington state who will have to use these methods in order to access social media platforms. As I mentioned earlier, I have been down in the rabbit hole on these policies, on these age verification systems, on the data breaches that don't seem to be taken into consideration with any of these policies. And so I've got a link in the description of this video to a blog post that I just put up on conservativeladiesofamerica.com today. You can go take a look at that if you want to learn more about this. I mentioned in my live stream last week that these age verification and digital ID policies that are pitched as protecting kids and empowering parents are going to be the top issue for conservative ladies and I would say for concerned American citizens for 2026. And I have not been disappointed over the last several days. A number of policies across the country have popped up, not just in Washington. Again, I'm going to have lots of links for more content for you in the description of this video. Please do go check those out. And please share this video far and wide. Let other citizens know what is going on. Again, not just a Washington problem. This impacts all of us around the country. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right. I think she did a good job covering that information. And I just think, a lot of us are aware that these things are being pushed forward. But if you're not paying attention closely, then you can miss that they really are moving that direction very quickly here. Over in the Rumble chat, some people in the UK were asking if this bill ties in to other things, if they have other things included in it. Is it attached to your healthcare and your money and crypto? And someone I'm trying not to name names in case you don't want me to shout you guys out in your comments from Rumble over on YouTube. But someone else in the UK said it definitely does there. All healthcare is digital. Even doctors' offices have AI check-ins now. So yeah, let's move it. It's a global agenda. We can see how they're all moving together.
The UK wins in the point that they have global data privacy rules, that's the GDPR, and they win there. So you can have all this stuff if your country doesn't sell it to market you bullshit. And that's what I work in it. It's cookies. It's like, hey, how come Google keeps selling me stuff I want to know? Well, yeah, that's how we collected data on you. You know what I mean? And the UK got this one right. California got this one right. I hate to say it, but holy cow, you can't steal people's data to market their stuff.
Right, Jan.
It's our big pharma industry, Indy. Like, what are you going to do about, Amgen commercials? What are you going to do about Pfizer commercials, right?
Right. Yeah, JM says they let us vote for a person or a party. We don't get to vote on any policy or initiatives. And Wingnut says childcare fraud scams already used AI created children to get their programs. I heard about that. That's part of how they had generated all the different names and identities that they were supposedly serving through the childcare systems that weren't actually active. Crazy times, guys. Crazy times. Anybody else up on panel want to comment on this? On digital ID and social media use?
As long as, we all know what that's headed towards, kind of.
Right. Yeah.
It's the weirdest tech thing is the biggest thing you can protect is your personal data online, right? And like I don't know, you guys can take me to task, but I'm like, the UK and California got this right. How come we don't have these rules? How come when I sign up for some stupid form online, they just sell that to everyone? When I went to buy my new truck, I was talking to 3 dealerships because it was a truck. I got called from 9 and my phone blew up. And it's like, you sons of bitches sold my data. They did. Like,
Right. So knowing that they're doing that, I hope people won't consent and go along with it. But what does that look
it's
like? Because
illegal
then,
in California. It's
hold
illegal
on.
in Europe.
But
They're up.
then what it looks like is that what does that look like if we don't comply and we don't consent and we don't go along with it? We're all offline. We're that quickly. We're just cut out from the rest of the world and the systems in place.
Best
Maybe
case
so.
scenario.
Yeah. Right. Is that all that happens? Right. We end up in the FEMA camp up in Siberia, Alaska, like Yuri Bezmenov said. I mean,
No,
that might be more long term.
they can't use your emotions against you. This is marketing 101. I'm going to sell unspecified podcasts and be like, hey, man, you want these boots? And he's going to be like, no. But a week later, I'm going to be like, they're 50% off. Why? Because
But
I
I'm
know
not
he wants
talking
those
about I'm not
boots.
talking about emotions. I'm talking about being able to participate or not and making the decision to
In
either
society,
consent
to buy
or
and
not. Or
sell.
yeah, because if you decide not to consent, you're going to have some real consequences.
Great. Okay. So hate to keep using you unspecified, but you're going to be my guinea pig for it. So you want to buy boots. Who do you buy boots from? Like, the internet company that keeps paying millions of dollars to push ads your way, or just the dude who goes, hey man, you'll like my boots? I don't know, right? That's a real marketing problem. Like,
Well, actually, there's a
there's
huge
nothing wrong
movement I've
about what
talked
they're
about.
doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's actually a huge movement I've talked about several times on here called Buy Nothing. And it is I mean, if it's something at this point, it's all through social media though. So, that becomes problematic. There's an app for it. It's also on Facebook. It's the main reason I'm even on Facebook at all anymore. But
There's a
it's hold
marketplace.
on,
Hell
Val.
yeah.
It's hyper local. It's not a marketplace. It's free. There's no money exchanged. There's no
Yeah.
bartering or anything like that. You literally post what you have to give, and you post if you have something you're in need of, and people in your local community decide if they want to give to you or if they want to get something from you. And you get to know your community really well that way. It doesn't have to be a huge group. If there's not one there, check. I bet most of you have them in your communities. But if you're out somewhere really rural, it might be a much smaller network. But it's still a good way to get to know your community and to be able to have help your neighbors. And some people think it's kind of communist, and I don't agree with that because it's voluntary. There's nobody forcing us to give or forcing you to be a part of it. But yeah, if I want to get a new pair of boots, the first thing I'm going to do is post and say, this is the size I'm looking for, and I need some whatever kind of boots. And I can even put a picture up of what kind of thing I'm looking for. Am I going to get exactly what I would buy if I bought it brand new from the system? No, probably not. But will I probably get something offered to me that might work? Yes. So, and that's just, I'm going with the boots example, but I'm telling you, I've barely bought clothes for my children. And those of you who have kids know, kids grow out of sizes so quickly, and my kids are used to it. They are used to getting things secondhand. When we do buy things, or when like at holidays or birthdays or special occasions, and they get to pick what they buy, it's a big deal to them. And yeah, it's exciting, but they are just fine being like, oh, look, here's a whole bag of, my daughter loves unicorns, a whole bag of unicorn clothes we got secondhand. She doesn't care. She's excited to have these clothes that look new to her. and are in her size, and we didn't have to exchange money, and we got to know a neighbor. And when we're done, we'll pass them on through the same program and bless somebody else with them, you know? That's just one example, but there are ways we can get outside the system, and you know, it doesn't have to be suffering, and it doesn't have to be, you know, it doesn't have to be this big, huge thing. But that's now, you know, at some point, I'm sure that'll get cracked down on.
I'm
So,
gonna
you
throw
know,
something else in there too. Now think
yep.
about it. I'm you know, from the old school. I love paper applications if I'm looking for a job. Unfortunately, there are so many jobs, they're all online to get an application. And one of the things that I really hate when I do an online application is I've got hundreds of telemarketers calling my freaking phone number, you know, because
Right.
they sell that data out and stuff like that. And next thing you know, from just applying on an application, and that's just one angle how they get your information, and they'll use that to try and sell you stuff or whatever. All right, and that drives me insane. I hate online applications. I mean, honestly, I can
Oh, yeah.
sell myself to a person face to face better than I can on an application, paper or digital. But digital for me, I've never gotten a call back from a digital application. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Well, and
And
how
that's
much
because they
data are
don't
they
want you to
gathering
sell
from
yourself.
from that
They,
too? Go ahead, Landon.
Yeah, and honestly, it's like that's another thing too. I mean, me personally, did not make records of all my past jobs and all this other stuff. I never did like a what do you call it? You know the you know that what do you call it?
Resume.
That resume. I never did a resume or anything like that, and that happens to be some of the things that you have to fill out on the application, or you can't even submit the application. All right. And, you know, and like I said, I'm old school. I like paper applications. I like to be able to talk to the people, and that's just going away more and more. And that to me is, oh man, it's infuriating.
yeah.
And, you know, and I hate telemarketers. I don't want them. I mean, I've changed my number a couple of times just because I don't want them calling me no more.
I think you'll appreciate this. So we were hiring. It's me, my boss, we're two senior devs. We knew each other. We were looking for a dude to fit along, not get along. Right, Wingnut? Dude, we had a girl from School of Mines, Colorado School of Mines. This motherfucking girl's smarter than any of us here. Like, she has a master's from the School of Mines. We also got some dude from Bennett, Colorado with a master in computer science. And we're like, nah, you know who we hired, Wingnut? We hired the 37-year-old Mexican dude with 4 kids who goes, I just want to get my kids to football practice and wrestling, and I'm a coach on the weekends. We're like, hell yeah, we're just building websites, bro. It ain't rocket surgery. You know what I mean? Like,
But what I'm
these
saying
other
is,
two just
and then
die hard.
yeah, what I'm saying, Grout, what I'm saying is like that just happens to be one aspect that you know that is being forced onto us to be into the
It's the
digital
one.
prison.
These 2 young
You know?
kids came to us and they recited the thing. Here's what you tell them. Here's what you tell them. And then we got this 37-year-old dude who's like, yep.
That's not the point. That's not the point that I'm trying to make, Grout. That's not the
I went
point.
to the Air Force Academy.
Yeah.
He's saying
That's
he's
just-
experiencing already the beginning, low key exile, the beginning of
Yes.
because of the progress
Right.
that this system that's being built, and
Well, we
it
did. We
requires
pulled
you
the ladder
to,
up.
you know, because the way they're getting around that now is you got to pay a service to protect you from robocalls because you're like we know they're selling our data, so
Right.
like
And
you know.
I'll even give you another example. I was working at a job. We got paper checks, you know, to pay us. All right. Well, the company decided, well, hell, we'll give you the option to get direct pay, or you know what I mean,
Yeah.
direct deposit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when majority of the people in the company decided to get direct deposit, they made it mandatory. No more paper checks.
Why are you
know what
making
I'm
us waste
saying?
money on ink and paper? And you know,
Yeah. You know what I mean? And that drives me nuts too, because I don't want anything digital. I don't want, I want cash money. Give me a check. I'll go cash it. I have my money in my pocket. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, the same way, like the getting rid of pennies, or during
Yeah.
COVID, the big push to not use physical money because of the
Yeah.
germs. It's like they're very much rolling it out that way.
I know. You
You know,
I'm just using those as those minute, examples of how it's being slipped into us, almost,
baby
becoming
step.
mandatory.
What about Bob? It's like baby step to totalitarianism, baby step to
1,000%.
digital ID. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Right.
it just infuriates me because I mean I think about the kids that aren't even born yet, what they're going to end up being born into, you know. And if
Well,
we
and
don't do something as a generation now, if we don't do something now, I mean seriously, this is what our great grandkids are going to be growing up in, and they'll
I
think that
don't
is
look
the
that far
normal.
down the road. I mean, it's already happening. They're already being indoctrinated in the schools,
Yeah, I
homeschooling them,
know.
So it's
I'm
like
just
it's
using that as an
right.
example for
I'm
future.
just saying we don't have to look that far down. It's not going to take that long. They've already, look at all of the lower IQs for the kids that were young, especially those that were really young and in school and like, kindergarten, preschool through like third grade were the most affected. They have lower IQs that they'll never be able to make up for because of masking in schools. And that was 5 years ago. So those kids are
Right.
now, they're in high school and we're
Right.
seeing the effects of all of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Gen Z was never born to write a check. They don't know what they are, and they're not gonna. And
Right.
the hard part, I hear you, Wingnet, and I'm with you in spirit, absolutely, 100%. Then I limit my own personal interaction with the digital realm, but there is a concept that I think is valid, and it is adapt or die.
Yeah.
Right,
And they
right.
set the
Yeah.
terms.
And maybe that's part of why we have a hard time sometimes coming up with solutions or saying what the solutions are because maybe they haven't been come up with yet. Maybe we need to be more innovative and others like us will be more innovative to come up with solutions and systems outside of theirs that don't even exist yet,
Yeah, and we are
Indy,
gonna have to do that.
Indy, I'm not a crypto guy, but is tokenization of everything. That is what crypto is. That everything's an asset. Everything's an asset.
Right.
Your pencil. Is that the way for you? Is that net worth, right? Is
Well,
that
no, because who
But that's
controls all the
right.
resources?
Right.
You know
That's
what I
part of the
mean?
you'll own nothing and be
and
happy. That's where that's
you
all
Exactly.
go
headed.
by now? I'm just stoking the fire. Let's talk about this. These are big
Well, we're actually
concepts.
about to wrap things up, but yeah, I do understand what you're saying. But I mean, as far as systems that are outside of what's already in place, just one example that came to my mind though, too, besides like this buy nothing I was talking about, which is just one form, but if you look at mesh networks and how they're being used to work outside of the system, and that is outside my, expertise. So it's something I definitely want to learn more about. But the information that I've seen, that looks really promising. There are ways that we can have comms that are
Yeah.
outside of even,
Mesh
outside of what's
tactic.
already in place.
Yeah.
Right. Where we can
Yeah.
use existing technology to be able to be in touch still, even if we are taken out of the main system. So these
Yeah.
are things we need to be
It is good.
pursuing and
It is
looking at
growing.
now before shit hits the fan to the point that we are offline.
Yeah,
If
it
we
is growing because I know up in Meshtastic right now it's just text messages. Eventually, if people keep on developing the technology, it'll get better and it'll get almost as good as a cell phone. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
But it's in its infancy right now and it's private. You know what I mean? It's it's off of the self networks. It's not. It's all it's like a CB radio on my end of it. Each one of us
I
that buy
love you.
it's
Keep
like on the
going.
CB radio when it comes down to me, each one of us that buy a CB radio and start transmitting and talking on CB radio, we become the network, and that's how
Right.
Meshtastic works. Also, each one of us become part of the network, and we become the network instead of we using
That's
another
why
network.
when
I'm
is
about
the
to order a
future?
CB radio right now.
Yeah,
I
when is
hear
the
you.
future? Is the future now? Is mass communication the future? Is that the best we can do? Well, then we nailed it with the CB radio, right? Is there nothing
Well,
better?
Well,
Mesh
yeah,
networks, bro.
yes, there is
Yeah.
something better. I mean, because me personally, I think using the same type of an idea of a CB radio, but also adding video to it. You know what I mean? So there's
Yeah.
more than just audio, just adding video and audio, but on a CB radio type of a level. You know what I mean? That's where I think the technology needs to advance too. So we have our own, our own network that's private and it's off of their cell networks, off of their established networks and stuff like that, their infrastructure, and we have our own, type of communication spaces. You know what I mean?
Right.
And just pray that it doesn't eventually turn. And I know that we're about to, close it out, but
Right.
like the ham radio, I was a ham radio enthusiast. And, anytime we start to do stuff like this, next thing you know, if it gets too much validity, you know what I mean? They're going to put a license on it, or
Right.
otherwise,
We got to, we
Always
got to
do.
stay away from that type of stuff too. Yeah,
Yeah.
seriously. Yep.
Which is where like these small things that seem like small victories in election integrity really could make a huge difference down the line, because
Yeah.
if our across the board, and in states where it does still count, God bless you. I hope that it continues to work in your area and that you're able to resist what's rolling out for all of us.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, it is that time. I do have a final song we're going to play things out with in just a little bit, but I wanted to give a chance for each person. We'll go around to have final thoughts if you want to share something tonight. But before we do, a huge thank you to Bran for staying here throughout the night and sharing videos. Thank you very much, Bran. Always appreciate your support. Thank you to all of my mods who have shared links throughout the night on both Rumble and YouTube, helping people stay connected and sharing out different channels. So thank you so much for all of you for being here and your support always. Thanks. And thank you to everybody who's been up on panel for music and for conversation. If you missed the first half, it was amazing. A lot of really great talent up on panel tonight, and I had a really great time. So if you need something to listen to in the background or something to just kind of disconnect from all the craziness of the world, go back and listen to the beginning of the stream and some really great music. But we do have the Backstage Speakeasy coming up on Friday. We'll be watching Sliding Doors and Run Lola Run, two really great movies having to do with the butterfly effect. And I hope that I will see some new people back there. It's great for I love seeing everybody who comes. There is kind of a core group that always shows up, and you are very much appreciated. It's one of my favorite nights to hang out backstage. We'll be hanging out backstage after this for a little bit. So at this point, if anybody else clicks the link to come up, I will just keep you in the porch, not up on panel until we get backstage. So if you want to come up, feel free to click. I will post the link a couple minutes after the stream ends. I will post a comment on the Rumble stream and on the YouTube stream so that the link is there if anybody wants to join in later. We're usually back there for a little bit. But I think that's it. So thank you again to everybody. It's been a really great night. I'm always glad for all of you who show up and participate, and even for the lurkers and the replayers who I don't know who you are, or if I do know who you are very much appreciated as well. All right, Landon and Tiff, thank you so much for doing the little interview, kind of impromptu, at the beginning of conversation tonight. And if you missed it, you can go back and learn a little bit more about Landon and Tiff of Unspecified Podcast and Review. But Landon and Tiff, do you guys have any closing thoughts before we head backstage?
Just real quick, my closing thoughts. I want to say thank you, Indy, and everybody on panel. It's always a great conversation. And obviously, I'm going to say thank you to the Lord in Jesus' name.
Amen.
For friends and conversations like this that bring clarity and understanding. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Lord. And yeah, that's it for us.
Love it. Thanks, Landon. Tiff, anything to add?
She said ditto.
Love it. I just pictured the scene from Ghost, I have to say, but if you know, you know. Much love to you, Tiff and Landon. All right, Wingnut, any closing thoughts?
I'm just going to say thank you, Indy, and everybody out here and everybody in chat and everything. Keep the communication open.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here, Wingnut. Appreciate you. All right, Growl, closing thoughts?
Energy is free. That's why they killed Tesla.
Well spoken. Bran, any closing thoughts before we wrap things up? If I make you change all your sound over?
I don't know. Just happy to be here tonight. It's good.
Glad you're here too. Thanks for being here for the whole time. It's always great when you're able to be. I know with work you're not always able to be, but I sure like it when you are here for the whole time. All right, I'll go. Closing thoughts for tonight?
Yeah, for one, thanks for always doing this. You brought, we wouldn't be here without you doing this. So thanks for doing that. As this thing moves forward and you see a lawless government and you see a system that's going to box you into a corner, I personally don't think you're obligated to play by their rules anymore.
Right.
And I'm not saying to go crazy and shoot the place up, but if you happen to have a ham radio and you need to broadcast without a license, broadcast without a license. And I know that goes against
But
what
beware,
we're
you can be
taught.
triangulated and located.
Well, fair enough. And Bofang makes great handheld that are mobile. Bofang is a good manufacturer, but I personally, I've tried to limit what I'm dealing with. But when I get to the place where I'm backed into a corner, I'm not going to let their words on paper that benefit them inhibit me from getting food, taking care of my aging parents. I'm not going to let that happen. I may have consequences, and you should think those consequences through before you do those actions. But if I limit myself to their rules when they're lawless, then I think I'm missing the point of what God gave me to live in this realm without their nonsense. So that's all I have to say about that.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. Let me get back to where I need to be. Here we go. Okay. We have a great song we're closing with tonight. For those of you who missed it, Tony Howie was up on panel earlier for music, and I already had this song on the list, so I moved it to the end to kind of wrap things up. And it's a great song because it's a really high vibe song, and we've gotten into some pretty heavy stuff here during conversation. So I hope that this kind of sends you out on a positive note. This is Latin Nights, and again, the link is pinned if anybody wants to come join us backstage for a conversation. Much love to each and every one of you. I hope you all have a great week, and I will see you somewhere on these YouTube streets soon. Brofist. All right. Much love, everybody. Here we go. Tony Howie, Latin Nights.